Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? See, Mr. Nickel, ready already. Let's see. Hello, good day. Nice to see you. Could you ask your buddy Future Whales why he trolls other tubers followers, saying that AMC will go to $3 for the next 3 years? No squeeze. Future Whale is doing this. That's 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 unlike him. Wow. Okay, there's the man himself. He said he never said that. Wow, what a start to the stream. Hey, AV. AV, how are you doing, my friend? Pretty tame day. Next Monday closed. Um, well, of course it is. But as you can see, the title of the stream, um, it's a special one. The setup is all there, guys. Now, I've done my part, my fair share of like explaining so many things. Obviously, we all are constantly um we all are constantly coming up on new things are evolving, but at the end of the day, the setup is all there. Think of it as a news, and it's all tied up very tight around the neck right now. And it's there. We're in that realm now, guys. We're in that realm. I've left some cryptic messages in the past. uh, Pantheon, uh, much love to you, and loved the stream yesterday. For most of it, majority of the time I was in and out, but he Pantheon have deciphered some of AV's cryptic one of the cryptic messages that I've left. So as always, much love to you know Pantheon, the great Pantheon. And yes, I got some cool things to talk about over here. um Nickel, yes, he did. B Hayes show. He trolls B Hayes all the time. Uh, I mean, here's one thing I would say. Uh, I've said it once before, especially with that drama that happened between, the whole Wolf Pack and Cameron. And Future Will chimed in back then on that, and he was correct on that. Uh, I can tell you this, at least as far as what happens outside AB community, that happens outside the AB community. Uh, but here, as far as here, uh, Future Whale has been obviously a family member, and he's been obviously a great gentleman. I haven't seen anything personally like wrong or alarming from someone. All you guys have been amazing here, so that's a little odd that's happening. If it is happening out there, it's happening out there, but the man is speaking himself right here. He's obviously one of even the mods in here. Now he has a wrench. uh, but I can say this, that if the man is saying that, Future will explain. If he's not, and he says no, he didn't, the stock was at 20 and he was telling people to buy and look at the price. Okay, I see. Maybe, like, not agreeing on the same point with the B Hayes show. Um, guys. Okay, here's what I've here's what I've noticed, and I'll squash this right now, Nickel, and obviously Future Will, very simply. The small problem that we're having in the community is that there is a plethora of creators, many, almost on a daily basis. There's new creators that emerge, and that's not a bad thing. That brings even more attention, obviously, uh, to the whole play. So it's not a bad thing. It's good to diversify and have many people interested. The only thing that's different, that becomes an issue with that, I mean, that's the pro. The con is that not every creator exactly uh, thinks alike. Like there is, for example, some creators that are DD and very, very creative and intelligent, that are that their channels are specifically like, what you're gonna get when you go there. um, and there are some channels that are pure entertainment purposes only, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. um, no knock on B Hayes. Obviously he built his brand and he built himself and all that stuff. uh, but when you are someone like Future, when you watch and you follow people, let's say like Pantheon or Boss Blunts, and you get a plethora of information every time you walk in and walk out of one of those streams. Um, and then, you go to a stream that is kind of like, giving you encouragement, updates, good things, all that stuff, covering some news here and there, but mainly purely entertainment. Obviously, you're gonna you're gonna pick on certain, and like, certain lanes or certain words or certain statements, and you're gonna go after it because you're thinking a big thing, and now you're seeing an entertainment, and to you it's not as satisfying. So again, I'm not speaking for Future. Obviously, I'm just explaining the broad image here. Um, you know that you get when you have a plethora of creators covering one thing. Obviously, some people are going to agree with certain minds, and some people are going to agree with certain minds, and some people are going to agree with certain minds. And when obviously this lane gets into a conflict or crosses with this lane, you would assume or hope that it will just be a very smooth landing or merging in this case. But that's not normally the case, because again, when money is involved, uh, I'll say this, without even knowing much, like, I just know Future through the months that he's been here. Future Will has been solid. He just wants certainty. He just wants the real deal. So one thing I'll tell you, and so are you, Nickel. Uh, One thing I'll say is that both of your interests are aligned. Maybe whatever is happening is different, but the interests are aligned. You both have the same interests, which is getting rich, basically having wealth, setting up your loved ones and your life, and basically get what you fairly deserve. Now, influx over the creator, or what the creator is pushing and whatnot. Everybody has a different way of how they express themselves. Um, but again, like I said, as far as here, Future has been solid. So are you, Nickel. No one is a shill in this community. You guys are all verified in this community, because for months you guys all show up in here, and I know, and I remember my viewers, and I know what they say. Which one is, like, I'm not gonna say AB is a very intelligent person and all that stuff, and start tickling my my own balls in this case or whatever. But I could say this, is that I can tell what, at least the Lord has blessed me with the ability of knowing what someone is intending to do. Like, I can feel your energy, and I can feel somebody's statements, and I can tell what kind of energy they're carrying, or what their interest is in saying or doing what they're doing. So, like I said, you guys are all brothers and sisters in here, have the same exact interests, and your interests are all aligned. Um, it's just obviously everybody expresses themselves differently, and our job, obviously, as a family, is to bridge that gap and to make sure we remember that all our interests are exactly the same, and our enemy is the same, and it's not one of us, at least in this community. So far. Anybody else, the guys will jump on and make sure that they're not here. I've been recently encountering a lot of posts or comments on my videos afterwards, from bots like crazy. Like I'm deleting a lot, almost on a daily base. I delete like one or two, uh, attempts. So I'm pretty sure other busy creators, I think they're probably doing the same or even more. I'm just speaking on my own. So let me read some of these before we start talking about some bbig earnings that came out for Q1 of 2022. Tater Tot, once again, what's up with you, my friend? Redbox, AV said Redbox was a little spicy, and yes, it is. We're going to talk about this. I covered it a couple of times very briefly, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. First, before I continue going further and further, I'm gonna try to skim right through the comments just to see if not Tater, sorry, if Future Whale and Nickel are both on on the same terms. Again, two brothers, and I personally care about everybody in my family being on the same page, or at least not have some sort of animosity between each other. I want you guys to obviously remember the number one most important statement that's in bold letters: you are in the same family. Let's see. Um, okay, so Bills was telling people to buy in convincing manner, and I was telling him to be careful because people can get mad at him if the price goes lower. Uh, okay, sounds good. Or should I say BA should stop making comments under other names as well? If I wanted to troll B, I would do what you are doing now. Uh, okay. What's up, Ridwan? How are you, brother? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Uh, Jeff, Mr. Nickel, Mr. Nickelback. It's one of my favorite bands. There we go. Okay, Pokes is in the house. Okay. Finally, I got the confirmation from the bottom, making sure that obviously the two brothers are obviously two brothers. AV says if AB, if the stock thing doesn't work out, you could work at the United Nations. Um, well, thank you. Basically, thanks for confirming that I'm very good with politics or a political entity. The problem is my killer thing in this whole thing, AV, for whatever is worth, is I am a by default, my horoscope is a Leo, and I do sense some of the traits that accompanies that horoscope, um, which is weird, but I have read into it a little bit, and I do have some of the traits obviously that are said about it. Um, my only fault in this whole thing is that I don't put up with BS, and I can't stand or I can't sleep knowing that someone got done wrong. I can't. I can't in my life. If I seen something wrong and I didn't do anything about it, I can't sleep. I will not sleep at night for sure. And that's my fault in that job. Is that in that job you have to turn a blind eye to a lot of things, and that's why I can't be a politician. Even though I have maybe I would say not in a complimentary way. Maybe I have the brains and the capacity to be a great politician, but I don't have the heart, obviously, to be one, and the principle to be one, because you have to sell a lot of things to be one, and I'm not a sellout, guys. So yes, AB is happy with his humble life. If obviously the stock thing does not work, which hey, that has to be something crazy. Like I said, guys, I've already been set with my life. I've been already living the dream life in my world, which was all along my dream, and my goal of my whole life is to be my own boss and basically work for myself and grow, show that it is possible. So the only time I'll be able to really like finish my cycle of work in life is the time I die, basically. Because basically, to me, is to show that I was able to do this without the need uh, of having to rely on other entities other than your own. So it's a lifelong goal or dream. And like I said, I've been living it since I was 21. Uh, so hopefully that streak continues, and we'll see. We'll see what happens, what life brings. Live every day for itself. As in, every day comes with a new beginning and it ends with a new end, obviously. Future saying, I don't want our stock to get delisted. Uh, and as a community, we get close to getting in trouble with the SEC. Yeah, see, guys, the interests are aligned. So it's just we have to bridge the gaps of obviously having that feeling or removing the animosity amongst from the room, and everybody will love themselves, love each other. Just got to work, going to listen till you're done, man. Wow, Pokes, man, you've been on the streak. Almost every time you attend, you're always working or coming off from work or going in the gym or something, man. Good luck, brother. I like the way you think. For a young man, as you mentioned before, that you're in your 20s, um, you without getting your head any bigger, um, you can only grow from where you at right now. Like, hold on to all the good things, and that's that's the struggle in life, is to constantly get better, grow in life, and maintain your growth and maintain what you grow with. It's not, obviously it doesn't make sense to get better in so many things, and then as life progresses, you let go of a lot of those good things and those blessings. No, the trick here is to maintain and to keep all those good things and just keep growing and adding to it. um, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is what determines when you're in your like 50s, 60s, and your 70s, is when you're sitting on a throne of a legacy, if that makes any sense to you guys. That's when you reap that, like, the legacy of your life long work. uh, and obviously, may each single one of you live the life that you intend, and as long as you would as long as you intended for it to be, hopefully in health and serenity. um, they just said on TV the Dow hasn't been down 8 weeks in a row in 100 years. This would be the eighth week in a row. And yes, you will see, Tater Tot, good thing that you brought this one good topic up. And you'll see this is exactly why they said, like your statement said, in a row, in like 8 times in a row, 8 weeks in a row, in 100 years. And that, my friend and ladies and gentlemen, shows you why, when some people were asking, I remember in previous chats, why is this supposed to be, or could be, a much worse recession than 2008 ever was. It's because this is, even like, you could tell, like, besides the curve yield, uh, besides being inverted, besides the future loans that are all over, besides the terrible trillions of dollars, record trillions of dollars in mortgage-backed securities, besides all the wars that are going on around and everything, besides all the worthless money that has been lost in overseas ventures for big entities that maintain most of that money, basically from pension funds and everything. Besides all that, you can see that that comment tries to, like, when it says in the past 100 years, is comparing it with the Great Depression, times of the Great Depression. Numerically, it's a much worse setup too. It's not that it's also like a setup of the Great Depression or just being compared to it. Just so you guys would know, anything close to the Great Depression is a travesty. Anything close. Anything worse is something that we have never ever encountered or seen before. You know, these events go down in history as a, like, for example, in the next 120 years, people will obviously generate many generations later, people will forget about 2008. Only like, you know, certain historical entities and whatnot will remember what happened in 2008. But history will never forget the Great Depression. And history, most likely, if we're entwined obviously on the same path, will never forget this upcoming recession, like whether it's 2022 labeled or 2023 labeled. Um, it will be remembered as such, and it won't be remembered as 1 year. It's going to be, like I said, anything close to the Great Depression that was not a 1, 2, 3, 4 year thing or movement. No, that was chaos for many years until things got better. And it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Tater tot, it's so crazy that we are tied up like on this while we're talking about the worst catastrophic entities or catastrophic situations that happen to us in and by the way, when we talk about the Great Depression, it's not only here in the US and other parts are flourishing. No, it's global. It's global, my friends. And when those things happen, it's so crazy that we are tied up with that, as in, like, we're gonna rise. It's like a seesaw game. Like, we rise when this thing, everything, when everything falls. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling that the two are entwined with each other. Um, and it's only because the dynamics that have been in play are what caused it to be like this. When in reality, this shouldn't even be tied up together. We shouldn't even be in the same situation where when everything falls, when all the bricks are falling and all buildings are falling in the world, we are rising in obviously money. But do you know why it's happening like this? Because the system that was built was not, this was not a coincidence, guys. I know a lot of creators keeps telling you that retail came in and it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence that retail is a part of it, but it's not a coincidence. Go back again. If you don't know your history, you will not know your present, and you definitely will have no idea on what your future will be like. And I'm not saying live in the history, just know what happened in the past so that you can, obviously, when people, even technical analysis uses history. When technical analysis people are looking at it at a squeeze play, for example, you think they're looking at the 1 minute chart? You think they're looking at the 5 minute chart? What do you think that have done for people who's been interested in EMC or GME, the 2 5 minute charts people in the past year and a half? Straight to the broke bank, if that is such a thing, anyways. Um, you needed to look on a whole, like on a 52 week, like on a whole year movement, even on the chart itself, to see major points, to see what kind of trend on a whole year did the stock take. And if you do so, you would know that AMC have been on a lower highs and lower lows movement for the entire year up till last month when it made that move to the $33-$34 before, you know, the halt, and they basically executed AMC and GME right in its tracks. But by doing so, AMC and GME changed the trend that it was going on for the whole entire year of lower highs and lower lows, confirming a bear trend on the stock. Well, for the powers that maybe, obviously we know that that's not fundamental because we're all buying. AMC or even GME are getting more on a daily basis. More buys are coming in than sells. Yet dark pool transactions are always 50% or higher on a daily basis. You're talking about a publicly traded stock, or for lack of better terms, publicly traded stocks are more traded privately than publicly. Make that make sense, right? But to what minds are we going to explain this to? If it wasn't for all of our brains that we are all in the same page, we have the capacity, we actually have unlocked ourselves to be able to adapt or even hear this stuff and entertain it. Go look at our peers, which is our fellow brothers and sisters uh, that are not investors in the market. They don't want to hear this stuff. They just want to live life. Again, no knock on anyone. This is this is their path in life, and this is our path in life. And we're all gonna drink from the cups that we have prepared for ourselves. Whether the cup is gonna, whether you're in AMC, obviously, or GME, or in stock market in general, or you're not, you are preparing yourself for that. Um, so whether your cup, you chose not to be in this or hedge with this, or whether you're in pension funds, or whether you're in stock market or not, whether you only invest in bonds, forex, whether you're not an investor at all, you sewed that shirt. You saw that shirt that you're gonna, or that blouse that you're gonna wear. You are. So you can only blame yourself. Of course, you're gonna have hate for the people that put you in that position if you're on a losing end. But at the end of the day, you made that destiny of your own uh, a reality. You because obviously you did things, or you didn't do things to make you in the position that you're in at that point. So if you've invested in these stocks and this thing squeezes crazy as we envision, and we all get filthy rich, in God's willing, who did that? Did God? As and most of you OG subscribers, obviously, to this community and this channel, you guys know how much of a big faith AB has in his own personal life. I'm a big believer. So um, even with that being said, does AB think that God is doing all this stuff for me? No, God tells you your destiny is there. It's up to you to go and grab it, whatever it might be. Whether it's for the miserable or for the best, you decide where it goes. God doesn't put you in terrible, outcomes or whatnot. You put yourself in outcomes, whether good or bad, um, and obviously ask for the blessings. That's it. You just ask Him to chime in, allow you the opportunity, and that's all I ask for personally every day of my life. Thank you, Lord, for giving me the opportunity to further prove myself and further go after my goals today, yet another day. People take a lot of those things for granted. You shouldn't. So, Veronica Chase, my friend, how are you doing? Hello, AB. About to get off work, but listening to you would not miss listening. Well, Veronica, that's a blessing, and that's a compliment that I don't know how to respond to. So, thank you so much, my friend. I'm humbled for sure. Um, Jeff Nickel, I'm here for AMC. Thank you again, Rockets. Appreciate you for being that individual, Nickel. And you guys are amazing. And yes, that's what we're all here for. If the June 3rd doesn't pop, I'm assuming that's what you want to say, Redwan, things off. Will that be a misleading? That will be as misleading as 3rd of March call? Okay, Radwan, it's a very precise and good question, because everybody I feel like is asking this question in their mind, but they're not bringing it out because they just don't want that. Like, we don't even want to do, like, hopefully it's not. That's, and I'm the same way. I'll put it this way. It's not. March 3rd was practically just only brought in by one individual. You guys know who it is. I called him out yesterday. And backed it up with nothing as well. No intel, like no, 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 no DD whatsoever. It was just a bunch of things like put in as a burrito, like a burrito sandwich that would just put in all the things we're putting together. Oh yeah, transparency, and it's gonna be like this, and GG and Gary Gensler third. That's what it felt like. That's how it came out to me. That's how I can remember. If I think back on that, that's how I can remember that time. Now, June 3rd is completely different because that's something that's been transpiring or transcending in the back in behind the curtains since 2020. Trump started it, then Biden postponed it, and that's real. That's something that we've always been asking because we asked ourselves, go back in time. Evergrande was a catalyst we've always been searching for, right? Evergrande came and ended, and the bones are even gone. The worms have eaten the bones. That we've buried that body long time ago, and obviously the catalyst it didn't materialize to be the catalyst that we've looked at, right, or wanted. And here's the reason why it haven't done that. And it haven't done that, in my opinion, is because obviously that there is an educated guess here or an answer that we can come up with that Boss Blunts, obviously give him his credit for that, that kept on that order, and he kept trying, like, checking up on those events and checking up on those on that order as it continued to transpire, and now we're here. So there are some DD that solidifies why June 3rd is completely different. Now, if things don't materialize on the 3rd, that was for the family. So if things don't materialize on the 3rd, as obviously, everybody anticipates, then that doesn't change anything. But at least there's more traction for the 3rd. There's way more traction to the 3rd than the 3rd of March. Way more things that support that timeline. And again, what did we have on the 3rd of March? We didn't have, the Fed was beginning to think about hiking the rates. And they were not talking about, like, in June, they were going to start selling off or start unloading their balance sheets. That was supposed to start happening in the end of April, but they kept pushing it. They pushed it till May, and then in May they announced that they will start doing it in June. So I'm assuming they're not going to continue and saying that we're going to look back on it in July or August or something. So there are a lot of things, Redwan and the entire family. There's a lot of things that have much better traction on June 3rd than there was anything that was tied up to the 3rd of March. There was nothing. There was practically almost nothing except hype that was pumped out throughout the community from one certain entity. And you guys all know who it is. And when it came time to drink from that cup, because obviously it didn't materialize, the person didn't even want to drink it. You made the cocktail and you didn't even want to drink it. How many people got poisoned from that cup, from that cocktail? Hopefully you guys understand my metaphors here. And hopefully that answers it, Redwan. You got to remember, when I make my videos as well, I always leave, like, in the title, like, analogies, as in, like, the mental is most important thing in this whole game, because you're not supposed to be emotionally involved when you are trading. That's practically the golden the golden like, or to be like, that's what you look for, that's what you aim for, is to not be, to be as least emotionally involved as possible, um, and to be cutthroat when it comes to trading, because you're not trading one of your kids, unless when it comes to AMC and GME, I suppose. uh, again, not financial advice, but you're not supposed to be emotionally involved. And when you are emotionally involved, then you're going to be making a decision that could, or obviously could, in other words, also be, could be also harmful for you. So it's a 50-50 shot. And that's bad odds in the stock market, as the way I have learned through the stock market. Some people will tell you those odds are amazing odds. To me, that's not. That's just me. And again, that's my opinion on the matter. To each their own. Um, so there you have it. Nickelback, Canadian like me too. LOL. Amazing band for sure. Truly missed. By the way, AB, I was surprised today. One of my coworkers have some GME. He said he is ready to retire. Yeah, you know what? What's crazy, Veronica, is we, like, the mainstream bashing of our stocks, favorite stocks, and us helped bring those people in. Here's why. You know that saying that says all publicity is good, is good publicity, like whether positive or negative is good. In this case, this applies. Um, the so much cover ring that we don't have access to as retail, because we don't, control mainstream media. We don't own those channels. We own YouTube platforms, but those are particles within the system, or hairlines amongst the whole body structure of how the system works. These guys own the channels, they own the feed itself, um, and by them negatively constantly hackling us for over a year and a half now, uh, eventually people who are on the sidelines, who don't even know the fundamentals of the stock market, but they know that this thing just happened. Like, I mean, for example, June run up for AMC, January run up for GME. It brought so many people that were interested from outside, right? So many of you in here, I know, have came in right around that June timeline, when you started seeing, like, when you started believing that, hey, this thing is really working, like AMC is uh, going, and you constantly keep those stocks alive, those mainstream medias, those idiots. They don't understand that psychologically, by negatively or positively constantly keep hidden on those stocks, they're help they're helping mentally keeping that idea alive amongst the whole world. Because if it's just down to YouTube channels or creators to keep the hype up, then we would be unknown. I mean, on a big macro level, we would be still unknown. I mean, think of it like this. Um, there's 33 people here today. There is like thousands that attend Boss Blunts and thousands that attend Lose or other creators. Guess what? Those are still a drop in the bucket compared to the millions of people that are not even in the stock market and don't even know what's happening. And by them negatively keep pumping out all these articles and interviews about us, and they mainstream media, whether that Gus Perano guy keeps shit talking us and bad mouthing us constantly, Ken Griffin now, talking about us, all these big figures talking about us, doesn't matter positively or negatively. That's good publicity for us, because someone with common sense, at least they put the idea or they planted the seed for us. Now it's up to that individual that's seen that stuff to whether believe it or go do their own DD and figure out if they want to jump on the train that attacks, or basically that's retail versus, I don't want to say who, but you know who, um, and also be a part, be amongst the ranks. It's up to them then. They have saved us so much money on having to broadcast our movement. They did it for us. Yes, all negatively, but at the end of the day, if any individual just goes with the face value of anything, and let's say they're listening to Gus Pirano or Mad Money from what's his name, that schmuck, whatever his name is. Uh, if you're just gonna take what they say automatically from the first thing you ever seen, and you're gonna run home with it, then it was never meant to be, anyways. And hey, uh, would that be a very helpful uh, individual on the movement with us? No, honestly, because we don't want that kind of stuff. Uh, so it's good. It's good that we don't have that. But in the same time, the people that do hear this negativity, but they go and do their own DD, suddenly they stumble, whether on AB's channel, whether somebody else's channel, and things begin to make sense to them. And then they, for example, let's say without taking any financial advice from someone, they made their own, uh, DD, and finally they put it all together and decided to take a position. Guess what? We can only thank those hedge funds and those mainstream medias that negatively talk about our stock. Because if it was all good news, that's when you have to worry. Listen, the overwhelmingly majority of the public, not the tied up people, the public, the herds, us, retail, we all have grew so tired, and we all have some sort of animosity against some controlling figures, and about whether it's governments, whether how our lives are like, because caused by the upper class and whatever. We all have some sort of, you know, hidden hidden anger towards the upside, and we have witnessed their shadiness, all thanks to obviously internet, mainstream media being so pumped out now. Everybody in, like anybody on any island, you could be in the Sumatra Islands, and you can know exactly what's happening throughout the entire planet, thanks to the internet and technology. So it's not like anybody that has been within this world, at least over the age of 18, which is all investors. It's hard to come by one that obviously feels like they have not seen the ugly side of this other world, like the shadiness of certain governments, or the shadiness of upperclassmen, or the elite. It's impossible. It's impossible that you find, unless they were 18 years, they were underground somewhere, and then they just popped up, some magically they just popped up. They found their way out, and they're like, okay, there's a new civilization out here. What is this civilization about? You're not going to have that. Everybody knows what's up. And the ones that choose, that's why that goes back to my point earlier when I said everybody drinks from the cup that they made for themselves. So, the news is all out there. It's up to you to make your cup and drink from it later. Don't blame anyone else but yourself. All right. I'm a Leo too, pokes. Hey, the sun or star, huh? We're the sun people. The stock whiz. I love the name. Would the consideration of Biden lifting tariffs on China be a danger for the executive order? Um, Not really, because things could change in a finger flick, like in a heartbeat. Anything could be bad. Uh, it's a kind of thing that they can't say ahead of time. Normally, things like this are always, like, for example, a soccer match or a sports match. Bear with me with this similarity. In a sports match, normally teams submit the players or their lineups ahead of time, like days in advance, so that they can qualify for being that lineup on that day. In the stock market like this, they can't give us a days in advance, like 100%, like, yeah, this executive order is going to go through 100% ahead of the timeline of or the announcement itself. This is why when you see the feds normally, executives or judges, or they come out, fed members, they come out ahead of announcement days and they say this such and such is on the table, which again I hate it so much because they say certain things that somehow makes the broad market react to it, to that statement, and it all either goes up crazy and then on the day of the announcement the feds announce vice, like the opposite of what happened earlier happens after. So like they could be saying, they could come out and announce that they are not gonna start selling their balance sheets, and guess what, because of that the whole stock market goes up, while the past 10 days or week and a half it's been in a sell-off mode, because such and such Fed member came out a week and a half ago, said that, oh, we're discussing this, that, these things on this next meeting, and most likely we will start unloading assets as of next month. Based on that, a week and a half earlier than the announcement, for a whole week and a half, the stock market sells off in fears of this is the craziness. This is how I can tell you guys that there's a lot of conflict of interest everywhere you look in the stock market. Because again, the system was set up so that it won't make it possible for obviously anybody just come in and make some money and leave. But it was more so to ensure that the elites can have income or mainstream or access to take or siphon money away from other entities, in this case retail, to further fill their banks and their wallets up. Now, if you happen to be one of the lucky individuals, this is why the stock market always, when you ask any random individual about it, they'll say, it's either you're asking someone that says, oh my God, I heard about a lot of situations where people lost all their money in the stock market. And then you'll ask some people and say, oh, I've heard about that one hit wonder person that, like a Michael Berry story, and they made a movie out of it and all that stuff. Like, you don't hear that it's a consistent, it's rarely that you come by on stories where you have people thinking of the stock market as the place to go to make money. You're either, oh, hear about the lucky individuals. So basically they're treating it like it's the overwhelming majority of the people in the world, in the globe, look at the stock markets as a gambling or a lucky casino, where for retailer, you walk in and it's up to your luck. You might get wealthy, it might hit, or might lose all your money. But the odds are you're walking in to lose all your money. Majority of them, like more than 70%, believe that you're going to go in to lose your money. Maybe 30% are optimistic that you might walk in and, you know, build your wealth. To whose advantage does that obviously settle or work? That works best for the elites, because for them it's a constant win all the time, and it's the opposite. It's like they're always making money, and it's in rare occasions where you will hear Madoff, Bill Huang, Pete from whatever his name is from Melvin, uh, Golovkin. It's the total opposite. For retail, it's like, oh, the minority of retail participators in the market are going to make some money and everybody else normally loses. But for the other side, it's always the minority that loses, but majority of the time you're making money. How could you lose? In those breakfast clubs, in that stratosphere, that's how they look at it. And it's like, how did you get screwed? Like, how could you get screwed in a market that we have all the advantage keys or the advantages to? And this should inspire you guys. Really, it should motivate you. I mean, for me, that's a motivating statement as as motivating of a statement as it gets. So basically, you mean to tell me this, because this is the way I take it. I don't know how everybody else deciphers that statement, but this is how I take it, or minds like mine take it. So you mean to tell me that I just need to grow my capital and have money so that I can be a part of that? Where it's an automatic. I just need capital, and then I can be a part of a different bracket class, and then I can, just about make more and more money. Listen to this. Ask all wealthy people, individuals, tell them, what is the hardest part? The hardest part is always your first million. After your first million, it becomes a piece of cake after that. Well, not piece of cake as in like you don't do nothing and it just comes, but you got after that first million, it's sky's the limit for you. How articulate and how smart you are will dictate, and strategic will dictate how much more you grow. Does that mean become like the other side? Well, to each their own. I can't read minds or hearts, but I could speak for myself and say, I just want my stability and I want to fulfill my goals and dreams in life. And as an individual, my goals and dreams is so funny. Like how, like I said before, many times, AB gets his pleasure through other people's eyes, like through other people. So if I'm an entity who, when I feel and I see the pleasure and everybody else is happy around me, it fills it pours right into my cup. That's how I become more happy. If obviously everything is a chaos and destroyed around me and everything, it also pours in my cup and it brings me down with it as well. And that's why I always work on that. And that's why my goal is to constantly, you guys always know that one thing, it's rarely that you see me being negative on things, because I can be critical, but never being negative or out of life or out of it. Because you got to stay positive. No matter what is happening in your own personal life, it is not anybody else's in the world or any other entity in the world fault, and they should not feel your pain. I mean, if they want to be there for you and feel your pain, that's a different story. But for you to implement it on others or on the planet, whoever's around you, just because you're going through it, does not mean the world has to go through it. No one should have to go through it. It's your thing. Go through it and put your big boy pants on. That's life. I think the biggest thing that all mankind puts their big pants on by default is your moment of basically, of answering. It's like when you punch your ticket. When you punch your ticket, it's the toughest thing, but yet you have to do it. It's not something like, that's the one thing you can't. That's why I always say you can't buy time. The only thing you can do with time is sell it. And 9 times out of 10, you're selling your time for a very low number, because the price of time is priceless. And that goes further into why one life is more than enough. If you live it right, you don't need to live 5,000 years or 500 years or 600 years. Because truthfully, if you live it correctly, sometimes some individuals, I've even spoken to some people in the past that were saying, I'm just ready to go. Like they get to a point where they say, I'm ready to go because I've done anything or everything I wanted to do in life and I have zero regrets. That's a dream, man, to get to. That's a dream. And right now, we are on the verge, guys. We are on the verge, collectively speaking, on a very special moment that will go down in history. And we are the lucky, and not, I don't want to say the lucky, but we are from the few that can say we witnessed it. And long after we're even gone, it's going to be spoken about. We're laying out foundation, ladies and gentlemen. We are laying out the foundation for the future of the stock market. the future of what the new world will be, aside from all the destruction and the animosity that's happening between governments globally. I'm speaking on a retail level, from human to human, from man to man to woman. Uh, we are laying out the foundation, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you see it or not, we are laying out that foundation for the future in the stock market. Right now, it might be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 million of us in this movement. When this thing is said and done, and hypothetically speaking, we all moon and we get filthy freaking rich, as Boss Blunt says, can you imagine how many more millions will flock to the stock market? Can negative mainstream media do anything about it? No. Who knows? They might be even welcoming it. Why? Because whenever there is a lot of misunderstanding but hype and people are flocking, like for example, when FOMO comes into AMC or GME, which obviously FOMO has been for a year and a half now, because most of it is not shown due to dark pool actions. Otherwise, FOMO has been every day, every week. People, you're just not seeing the numbers because more than 50% of it is going off private. But when the actual craziness happens and the mainstream media starts publicizing it and everything, and you see people who are on the sidelines will start flocking to this play, we're the ultimate beneficiary side because we've already taken our positions for a long time. And odds are whoever is coming in, obviously they're coming in at a higher note than what we're on, that we set up. We set the base very, very, very nice and strong. And now we're in that setup for that run up. Afterwards, do you know how many more people, millions of people, are going to run to the stock market and create new meme stocks and new movement and all that stuff? All because of who? Not because of the SEC, not because of the DOJ, not because of any hedge fund or executive order, but because you and me, us, we made that possible. We created that dream. People are looking for ways out to better their lives every day. I feel like we've been fortunate enough and very intelligent to make an ambitious and courageous enough to actually choose this route to better our lives. Because there is a plethora of things you could do. You can go right now, start buying chickens left and right, or better words, hens left and right, and bring a rooster and then put them all in a cage and start suddenly what, like in 5 years from now or 6 years from now, you're like the biggest distributor of chicken in your state or in your city. Who knows? You could have chose that route. But instead you decided, or you chose to invest in digital securities, um, hoping that it will change your life, to possibly go ahead and become even much easier for you, to, even if you still wanted to do the chicken distribution and farming, you still could do it afterwards. But instead of taking 5-10 years to grow it, you could come in with a big capital, and guess what? You can make all that growth happen in 6 months or in 2 months, 3 months, whatever. You guys, I said that yesterday, and I'll constantly keep saying it. You guys don't give yourselves as much credit as you deserve. You have no idea and as I said before, the true wealth in this whole process has been the journey that we've been going through, not the outcome. And the reason why is the outcome is just a stamp to verify that yes, you are filthy freaking rich now, and it worked. All your hard work and sleepless nights and the DD that you have been searching for, whether it's watching other channels, that's time that you're selling. That's your own time that you're selling. That doesn't make you any less, or you're not doing anything. No, why would you put obviously all your hard-earned money and wealth, whatever the amount of it is, into something, unless you did some work of reading into it, listening to it, following up on it, and ultimately now you know that this is, you had the conviction, you formed your own conviction, and you said, you know what, this is it. I'm making this stride. I'm making this move. And through all the craziness that happened across this journey to us, that is the true wealth, ladies and gentlemen, because now you've become gurus like no other for the future. Because when future, after all this storm, after all the dust settles, all the people that you have ever even asked or even tried to make your loved ones, your close ones, to them, you're going to look like the center of earth. Because they're not going to remember any creator or YouTube entity or reality star or whatever the case may be. They're going to remember the people that was around them, the people that they believe they can touch. Like, yeah, this person was telling me, maybe I didn't listen to them or I didn't take it seriously, but that person is, look at them. They got this 5-bedroom house mansion now, and they got like 4 or 6 bathrooms in it, or whatever the case is. Again, each person has their own way of expressing their wealth or whatever, what they use it on. But those people are going to be tied up to you. They're going to remember you. They're going to come to you. They're going to gravitate around you, obviously, to say, hey, I want to do, that's it. I want to do this stock market thing. Do you have any suggestions for me? Do you have any tips for me? Guess what you're going to have? Not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 tips. You're going to document to them a year and a half, if not, who knows, whenever this process, obviously the time is counting, you're going to document to them so many tips of so many things. You're going to, if you care, obviously, if you're that kind of person or individual, you're going to explain to them so many things that could possibly happen and could not happen, and why they should even go further into the studying how they go into about going into the market, because you've experienced the worst. There's no way any other individual walking into the market will experience anything worse than what we've been going through. True wealth is the journey. In this is the journey we've been going through, guys. It is not the outcome. The outcome is only the stamp on the whole thing. Please hit the like button for AB Investments. Thank you, Future Will. Appreciate you, brother. AB, may all our cups be full. Pabloco, amen to that, brother. My cup has a hole in it at the moment. Radwan's. Well, soon you're going to be able to not get 1 cup, but you're going to have so many cups, and you could choose which one you would like to keep. Gloria, how are you, my friend? Adrian Fernandez, for me personally speaking, for myself personally, June 3rd is another day. I have not been holding for a year just to see June 4. Nothing happens, and I go, well, geez, I think now is the best time to sell. Yeah, right? Excuse me. That's a great statement, Adrian. I'm pretty sure, hopefully none of us are tied up emotionally like that to that date. But it does bring some motivation and some positivity. So I can't wait to see what happens. I mean, the setup is there from every angle. The June 3rd is kind of like, okay, like the same system, the same thing that I just used, the whole idea of, the journey and the end, the stamp. The June 3rd is not what is going to cause, like, it's not the one thing that is going to be the reason why we squoze. No, the June 3rd is just a stamp on that. The journey that we have been in, the kind of over leverage that they're in from all angles, from whether exposure to overseas collateral that is worthless, or whether it's in-house in here, that all is the main reason why why we believed in the squeeze. Do you think when we first got into this play, you think the motto was, okay, get into this play because June 3rd, 2022, we're gonna moon? That's not been the case. There's always a bunch of catalysts. The main reason is because we know that they're over leveraged. They've used synthetics and naked shorts and billions of FTDs on these stocks, and not just one AMC, but GME and a bunch of other meme stocks. And that's the main reason for AB, at least speaking personally here, why AB is in. And I'm in for the long haul because I already know that eventually something has got to give. Something's got to give. They can't just keep doing this and giving the middle finger to everybody. And we're not the only ones. It's not only retail that is involved. Many other parties that are on our side by default, not because of their choosing, but they're on our side by default. They purchased into this. What, you're going to screw them over as well? Good luck. Not every person is the same. Adrian Fernandez. When I say Mars or bankruptcy, I'm not just proving hype man lip service. Uh, well, uh, I mean, obviously, Adrian sounds like he cashes the checks that he writes. So hopefully, obviously, it's the first Mars or even beyond, and hopefully, it's never the second one. Hopefully, it's never the bankruptcy part. Leah, how are you, my friend? Your picture for your portfolio, just if I may add, is filled with a lot of positivity. Is it a white flower? It looks like some white flower from here because it's very tiny, but it has this positive effect upon seeing it. As soon as you see it, you're like, oh, okay, your world begins to open up. So uh, it sounds like just like the individual that also put that portfolio picture, which is Leah in this case, sounds always comes in and brings that same effect as well. So perfect picture for the perfect individual. I think June 3rd is as disappointing because March 3rd was two groups of people, loot transparency, YouTubers saying rate hikes. Yes, future whale. Uh, I know you out of all individuals here, you're the last person that likes to hear or would want to hear anything about date given. But uh, you know, it, we only have great things to look forward to. That's all I gotta say. Whether it's be it on June 3rd or whether it's August 2nd, whether it's and I'm not giving a date on August 2nd. I'm just using hypothetical terminology here. Whether it's tomorrow, it's all gonna be an amazing thing that we're looking forward to. Um, Adrian, I've literally Dogecoined that phrase. Mars or bankruptcy. It's only one life that we got, right? That's why I don't like dates. um, let's see. Where am I at? Where am I at? This thing is over. I think I'm behind or way behind as always. La 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 la. No, I'm not, I think I'm not that far behind. Let's see. I am. I want some martinis. Is that what it is, future? Glorious, like Adrian. He's like, you gotta sing it exactly like Nickelback. I can't. You can't replicate that. My feelings. Gloria is saying my feelings will not get. I'm assuming coiled here. Fill in the blank. If nothing happens June 3rd, I will continue to hold until we rocket money bags. I'm like literally reading every comment and emoji. Kim A, good afternoon, my friend. Little Bunny Kenfo, I don't want to see you scooping up the naked shorts and dumping them on my stocks. Um, yeah, we don't want to see that. Gloria, June 3rd won't phase me either. I'm here until I get paid. That's what we're talking about. That's the spirit. Mikey J is in here in the house. Welcome. Pop Loco, you have a vendetta. We have a vendetta. LOL. Reminds me of the movie The Purge. I just had an image in my head based on that statement, Pop Loco. I can imagine all of us, when they sound the alarm for the squeeze and it's climbing, and I can see all like hedge funds are the poor common citizens, and we're all in like community. Each community or each creator or YouTube creator got their community, and they're all like flocking the stock market, and we're all like, you can hear the alarm in the backgrounds, like like the whole drill and everything. They're all trying to hide their money, and we're like, ah, I found one. And you purge all the money in the house. You get the metaphor. Yeah, that would be amazing. I think it will be looking just like that. They will never receive my compliance. They must expect full resistance and approach me as a threat. Um, as far as those companies, yes, they view each single one of us as a threat, Adrian. And it's not only for what we're about to take from them. It's the main problem. I've always said this before, is the hold. Like, it's just one word is sums up all this issue. They're afraid of that mindset moving forward in down the line in the future, long after AMC and GME, because they will have a problem. Like, they have it's not new news to any of you or anyone in the world that crypto have come a very long way. Okay, an extremely very long way in the past 15 years, 12 years. If it has come such a long way, and it further put a really strong foot down in the world that we live in on a day-to-day basis. Before, it was never taken seriously. Now, uh, Bitcoin is a part of everything. I mean, you hear everybody says, I wish I would have gotten into Bitcoin when it was 100 or $5 or $2. You and me both, right? But when I was getting into Bitcoin back then, everything was so shady, and it wasn't even allowed in the U.S. So you have to invest in some overboard system or like company, whether it was in Europe or Canada, and most likely you got scammed in those times. It was just like that. Now it looks like, I could tell you this, that like this stuff is not going nowhere. Not financial advice, but Bitcoin is going nowhere, my friends. And so is the crypto realm. And why are they afraid of that one word hold? It's because if we get what we want, or all along we've been stubborn on, which is this movement that we're on in the meme stocks, whether it be it AMC or GME or some other meme stock, is that will be the ultimate conviction for us, the pre-existent people that are they're battling, and it's going to be the laid out foundation for the future flocks that are going to flock to the market, whether the crypto or the stock market, knowing that they have to do one thing. They don't even need to understand all the value intangibles. Like, they can just go ahead and look at the company foundation and layout, and if they can see that across social media that everybody is or the overwhelming majority are on that, like if let's say, hypothetically speaking here, after AMC and GME are over with and other meme stocks are all over with, let's say somehow Ethereum, hypothetically speaking, just entertain the thought, becomes the next meme um, globally. Because in this case, it's not even in the States or any of that. Let's say globally. And they're trying to get the blockchain in, much fast processing, and less like settlement times are going to be within like T0. It's going to be quick within that moment, within a couple of years. If people come in with the mindset of just hold, and it's an overwhelming majority number, how do you defeat that? It's a never-ending cycle. The up. Like now, they have there. That's what they're mainly again afraid of, because that's a way for us to siphon the wealth from there, from up there, to bring it down here, and further bridging the gap for us and building a foundation underneath us that is strong enough to further bridge the gap between up here and the down here, making it eventually like this. And eventually, who knows, it could be like this, and it starts going like that, and then a complete wealth uh, influx of wealth and distributed throughout the whole globe. I'm all for not having 5 or 10 individuals controlling 99% of the world's richest, and the rest of the globe is sharing that 1%. I'm all for that. It makes no sense. I mean, again, at the end of the day, you only live one time in life, so I don't get it. Like having all these billions, and I understand capitalism and I understand all that stuff, but it doesn't make sense where in the 21st century there's still a single individual, doesn't matter where they're at on this globe, that are still dying or having problems of hunger or lack of access to medicine. It makes zero sense. Don't come and sit and tell me that, oh, they have different leaders and it's because of their governments and whatnot. Well, then if that's what you're saying, then I have a problem with mine as well. Look at it. It services the rich over the poor. So let's continue moving, because AB will go down in the realm now, or in a path where you guys, none of you guys, will get any more notifications for for any of the posts anymore if I continue down this lane. um, Predicting dates won't matter because it's gonna take several days squeezing. That's also very wise to say, Kim A. Thank you for that statement. It's gonna take several days, possibly several weeks. Adrian Fernandez, I represent the 99%. I'm against the 1%. Now I'm not Kung Fu master or anything, so my math isn't so good. But one seemed to be very tiny next to 99. Adrian, let me tell you this. Um, Albert Einstein, I'm pretty sure all of you have heard that name or know that person, heard of him, was known back in his time. Weirdly, he was known for his bad mathematics. He was bad in math, but he was apparently such a genius in physics. It's weird, right? Go ahead, go search it. Most people, and they consider him as the second greatest mind of all time. Personally, for me, I've dug deep in history enough, and I watched and read almost anything about Albert Einstein, and his involvement even in in historical events that happened. Um, he even said when he received his Nobel Prize, he even said when they asked him, "Hey, are you the smartest man on Earth?" You know, a teleporter asked him that question, and he said his answer was very intelligent. His answer was, "If you should ask Nikola Tesla that." I personally think the most scrutinized and unjust events that happen to an individual in that realm, as far as being like inventors or intelligent, is Nikola Tesla is the most scrutinized character in history, in my book. He did not agree with the Albert Einstein um, and proved actually why the theory of relativity is not accurate. And that was something that he was going back and forth with Albert Einstein on. And for Albert to make that statement after he won the Nobel Prize, it was further proving that obviously they held somebody like Nikola Tesla in high regard. And obviously his whole talk about funny thing is when I was watching Pantheon's stream yesterday, he talked about, he has a video, I've never seen it, but he has a video about the 369 theory that obviously Nikola Tesla provided. And I can't wait to go and actually watch this video now to verify exactly how well of a job that he did. I'm pretty sure he did a great job at it and he killed it. But how he did it, because that was something that when I first learned it years ago, it was mind-boggling. Like to understand why those are the most powerful numbers, in existence. And it was mostly 9 that is referred to as the most powerful number. And how the idea of they add and sum up to each other, it's just crazy. You have to dive into that world and go watch that video. If you haven't, look into the library of the Pantheon, the Great Pantheon, and then see, maybe you could find that video. If you haven't and you want to see a different one from anywhere, just go search the theory of the 369 numbers. It's crazy. I had a Subway for lunch today. You guys remember when they used to have $5 footlongs? It seems like forever ago now, and that seems never again as well. I don't think we'll ever see something like that ever again. Been a long time since I've experienced such an overpriced sandwich for a mediocre quality. God bless Texas. Yeah, that's crazy, right? I wish the community would stop looking at YouTubers as financing advisors. I don't like seeing people get lied to, and for people to think that I'm trolling is sad. Future, that we nipped it up the butt. Pretty sure Nickel, knows that your intent now, because you explained yourself, and that's you carried it out well. And I agree with you. I can't agree with you even more. I wish the community would stop looking, obviously, at YouTubers as the financing advisors, but you also have to remember, Future is, and I know that you know this, seeing each other and rallying around each other, having this platform like this is a whole lot more beneficial than destructive for the movement. And I can tell you why, simply because of the reminder effect. There's a phenomena that's called the reminder effect. You could know something like the back of your hand, but the more you don't practice it and the more that it's like, you forget about it, eventually you will come to a term where you forget those things. So if you keep reminding yourself of things, that's why when people get successful off of doing something, they always relate back to it. Like they all, like, when they give the props for their success, they always say, hey, I will never forget where I came from. They will say that. They'll all say, I came from this. Those were the conditions that I was in, and they helped making me the individual that I am today. So they constantly keep reminding themselves where they came from so they don't stray far away from that. So on a deeper level, Future, I can see why this is better for us than it is worse. Now, obviously, when you can't control people's actions, Future. If people get motivated or influenced by a certain creator or YouTube, reality, and they are so convinced enough to go ahead and make whatever they got to do, then again, they made that cup and they drink from it. obviously, when someone tells you this is not financial advice, and even when somebody tells you this is financial advice, do you still, even if it makes no sense to you or you don't understand it fully, you're still going to jump into it? Because at the end of the day, even if it's a financial advisor, they'll say, hey, yeah, I know we lost, but profit and loss is part of business. So they'll tell you, hey, we just had a bad stretch. Does that change the reality? No, it's just a sweeter statement to make you hopefully synthesize with your loss. So at the end of the day, it's good to have communities and creators. It keeps bringing a reminder that this movement is still going and active. And on top of that, if anybody gets influenced easily by some creator or or entity that is saying, yeah, you should, even if they're providing illegal advice, obviously, but they don't know they're doing it or whatever the case may be, then that's not on that person, that's on the viewer, because you should not be completely as naive to just follow anything. Even if it's a financial advisor that comes and tells me something I don't understand much about, then it's not for me. You know how many business propositions, I'll take away from the stock market for a sec, how many business propositions I've had in my life ever since I've opened my first business? I can't even count how many propositions I had. Do you know how many I took? Zero. Even though I opened up multiple businesses afterwards, um, it's almost impossible for you to get into something and actually get completely happy and like satisfied with like the amount of success that you gained in it, or from the exposure to that realm or whatever it is. And it's extremely difficult then when you come up with it your own. And like I said, I'm not saying this like you should be, for example, whatever it is, you just should be you should come up with anything. Obviously there are great ideas out there, you could take them, but your final touch should be yours. It always should be yours. That's what you're bringing to the table. If you're selling the same thing as your neighbor next door and it's the same quality, it's the same everything, and let's say we both have supermarkets, this person is selling only rice and you're selling only rice, the same quality, same price. At that point, and both of you have a robot operating, so it's not a personality who's in the store. That's why it's getting better. Both robots are in this store and in this store, then your business and this person's business is pure. Whoever walked in just chose to walk there, but they're not coming there just for you because you provide something different or a uh, unique advantage that only you can provide, your business can provide, you know. um, so that's what I did. I opened up restaurants, I've opened up hookah bars, I've opened up kiosks in the malls, I've purchased and sold cars. I got into that. I've almost got into just about anything you could think of. And since many other people do it, what differentiates your business or you from the rest? And you can only get to that when you provide your own touch in it. And that what defines it, whether it becomes successful or it loses out or crashes. You know, you made that cup and you got to drink from it, and hopefully you learn, and best of luck on the next one, or on being reborn after. Giving up is never an answer. Remember, future, as you said, I wish the community would stop looking at YouTubers as financing advisors. You can't control the minds of the overwhelming rest. It is what it is. What's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. You can only control your reality and what you encounter and what you choose to let in and what you choose to let out of your life. But everyone else, hey, each one is the chief of command in their own life. So, uh, thank you, Tell Dog. Um, let's talk about the bbig earnings that just came out a little bit ago. Let me skim through these real quick. Jeffrey's in the house. What's up, brother? Jeffrey, let's talk about, or actually, no, sorry, I'm gonna call you about that. About the Discord being involved with this, like connected, so that you, like, the Discord can also chime in. Brendan and Ella's Fun Adventures, how are you doing, my friend? Let's see. KV, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome. Let's rent out a Dave and Buster's after Moas and celebrate like a bunch of kids. That's an interesting idea, actually. I like that, Adrian. Good idea. Ah, guy got a Glock, got his name back. What's up? What's up? How are you doing, my friend? B goes two. Hey, long time, my friend. How are you doing? Hopefully everything is great. Veronica saying, so true, AB. It was planned for my life. You got that, my friend. KJW, better late than never, my friend. Welcome. Some of Adrian Fernandez's comments I can't read out loud, but you guys see them. I'm pretty sure it makes your day, guys. Pam the Trader is in the house. How are you, my friend? Um, Pam walks in and literally walks in with a celebrity like feeling, right? I don't know if I'm the only one that gets it. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. But she brings in this celebrity vibe. Is there anywhere else you can get it online somewhere? Oh, that's about the piece for Jeffrey. I have to use my daughter's little Pontiac G6 for now. So, I mean, you bought it for her, so you can't, so she can't complain. Hey, at the end of the day, it's a family. When family, who are we to go to rely on when in tough times, or obviously in situations like this when it's it's much easier with family. So that's why in hard times I come here for you guys, with you guys, because I know that you guys will bring me back up. And um, in great times, we want to share that moment with ourselves as well. I mean, it's one thing with our family. I'm gonna bring out some deep thought right here. Okay, imagine right now that we all are going through the squeeze, and let's say it's just over now. Let's say for each individual, different numbers, whatever the bracket is. Just bear with me here, and we all made our money. Imagine the next stream, that very first stream. Imagine how kind of, like, for me, I'm already getting tickles inside just for that thought. Uh, I can only imagine when I'm walking back in or like going into the stream, and it's like, uh, like I can only imagine. It was like, oh my God, guys, we did it. It's over. Blah blah blah. Hopefully, I don't run or I don't come across anybody by that time that is possibly, still holding. If it's all the way, that's it. If it's over and it's back down, that's a crazy thought. But can you imagine what is it going to be? What kind of, like, I can only tell you that I will be I have more excitement for that moment to share with you guys here than with my own inner family inside the house or around me. Because with them, it's going to be like, yes, and the moment we're around each other and the moment ends. But with you guys, we've been through it every step of the way, literally. And we're still going through it every step of the way. It holds a special, very special meaning for me to share that moment with you guys. It's just like that perfect, you know, the perfect couple in prom or something, you know, that just, you know, happened to be the perfect match, and they happen to be king and queen and of the prom, and they matched together, and the better yet, they even fell in love with each other. And you know, the final outcome was obviously the squeeze in this scenario. um, Only those two would truly understand. Like, everyone else can see how much they love each other from outside, but only those two understand what it really means on the inside, where she or he obviously are thinking of how they both are thinking of each other at that moment, or every other moment as well. So in other words, you guys are very, very, very special. And I can't wait for that moment so that I can share the most special moment with the most special people to me at that moment. And Pam is also saying that, hey, guess what, guys? She's holding strong with all of you, and we got this. That's it. That's all the conviction I needed for the day. That's it. I'm gone, guys. Thank you. Much love, baby. I'm just kidding. You guys are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That was quick. Um, okay, let's see. AB keeps us positive. Thank you, Pam. So are you. I'm only trying to be a a small figure in the world and in the likes of you and the other amazing people, whether it's Pantheon or other great people, as in, like, you know, Boss Blunts. Never spoke to the guy, but again, I've seen enough of him to know that he's not a terrible individual and he's not a bad person. He's a very good individual. Uh, and his interests align with the rest of you and ours. So therefore, hey, that's a person that's on my team, because I would want as many people on my side attacking the other side, and we're all on the same side. I want my cup full of tequila. Gloria, you're gonna make the cup that you're gonna drink from. You do not, and by the way, you do not want AB to make your beverage. You do not want AB to be the person that is making your beverage. In a good way. AB will send you to the moon. What is this? No mixers here. Straight. AB will have you, if you're gonna be a movie after AB makes your beverages, think of Project X or Hangover, any of the parts, especially part one. Whimsy Chick, how are you, my friend? Hi, AB and everyone. Can't wait to see you all on the moon. Yes, and I've already pre-ordered my space suit so that, you know, I can survive out there with you guys. So hopefully you all ordered your own as well. You know what we should do as well? Another thing we should also do is, I'm not a big fan of cold weather, but I'm a huge fan of skiing. So we can go to some sort of big, you know, because that can like, you know, support all our numbers too. That's an entity or a place that can, any of those parks or any of those snow places could, like, for example, I'm very close to Perfect North Slopes, and I go there every winter. Um, and it's just amazing. Can you imagine all of us having hot chocolate and then getting on those carriages that carry you up the mountain to only to come down, and hopefully come down in one piece? Um, I think it would be a very special thing to see everything in white. And can you imagine if we go to the top of the mountain and we just put the initials of AMC or GME, um, or draw some sort of rocket ship emoji? Could you guys imagine that? That would be an amazing thing. Into the snow and all take a picture next to it. Adrian Fernandez, Ken Griffin's bottom has a hole in it, and we will fill it with a rocket inbound to the moon. You know what that reminded me of? Do you remember that movie for what's his name? The Borat guy. I forgot his name. I think it was Step Brothers. I think that's what it was called, Step Brothers. Um, and you remember that part in the end of the movie where they realized that the danger was in the rockets that were in the fireworks of the stadium. So both of them went, each one sat on a rocket. That was one of the most hilarious and disgusting movies I've ever seen in my life. Um, he was like, I need a pair of butt cheeks. They sat on it. They went to the moon with that, and that was a very hurtful scene. Oh my god. I know you guys watched. I know some of you guys watched that movie before. That was hilarious. And what you just described, Adrian, that's the Ken would be going through that scene exactly in my head. Okay. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Some of those comments are just amazing. Um, Luna is in the house. Welcome. Leah the Lion is in the house also. Welcome, my friend. Where am I now? Ah, okay. I see where I'm at. Whimsy Chick saying, Pam, I love Malibu. I need you to find me a home there after the squeeze. Malibu is an amazing uh, scenery in place. I have many pictures there as well. The sunrise and the sunset there is just phenomenal. Yeah, homes are definitely very pricey in that range, in that area, especially across the coastline. Um, but hey, Whimsy Chick, you're not gonna have any problems after the squeeze, right? We all just want our invite. Let's see. Nickel says Tesla's work was stolen. He was a, he was brilliant, and you are absolutely correct about that statement, my friend. Just ask Thomas Edison, the person who history credits for the lamp. If you dig through history, you will, I guarantee you, if you search into what I just said, Thomas Edison and Tesla, just put Thomas Edison and Tesla in YouTube versus Tesla. I guarantee you, you will come out of that study work or that realm or that adventure with so much animosity and hate toward Edison. I promise you, and I guarantee you, you'll come up with that. Um, you will despise what the history books have been teaching us because the history books only tell you like this, gives you this much, like a little drop in the bucket. Um, than what really happened. It just gives you a headline, but it doesn't tell you what really happened. So the history itself is flawed. That is being taught in every curriculum or every school. So I totally agree with you, Jeff. Uh-huh. See, and Pam now approves of Malibu as well. That's all the proof we need. And you are set. Find a couple of good deals. I would definitely would love to have no better neighbor other than Whimsy Chick. So yes, if there's a couple of other good deals close in that area, I would like to enter myself in that race or in that bid. Jay's channel talks about those numbers. Ah, I know who you're talking about. Isn't it Jay, the older gentleman with the cats? Yeah, I think I've heard him before talk about this in the past. I forgot how many months. It was like 3, 4 months ago. Um, and he had this thing about the 369 numbers, and it didn't, pan out back then. But one thing I love about the guy is he's overwhelmingly positive. He's always in good spirit. You know, you would think that most people at that age will get grumpy and tired or whatever. That's what you see from a younger person's perspective. But the person's the opposite. He's in so much peace and happiness all the time, and it's always the same vibe. He never came out inconsistently angry or bashful or any of that stuff. So I love that man. I've dropped the whales issue. I'm never here for continual conflict. That's my man. I just want to build a badass Tesla military grade rocket ship, metal constructed Elon Musk signature series, and use it to throw slabs of Citadel walls at Ken Griffin Holmes' boat and face. Matt Bauer, how are you, my friend? An advisor vaporized me in 2008. I told him I needed short term investments that were safe, like dividend stocks, as I needed to remain liquid because I was running a new business. He bought what paid him the most. Um, the Catapult 5000 extreme forces have combined astronomical intelligence to create a one of a kind world peacemaker, cleaning up Earth one scumbag at a time. You see, guys, you see what I mean by what I know that Matt is referring, like talking back when I was talking about to Future Will about financial advisors, whether in the community or not being financial advisors and people being influenced by them. And when I said that, hey, a financial advisor could also get you vaporized, but the only difference here is, this person is legally allowed to f you, and this one is not on YouTube. So it doesn't make a difference. At the end of the day, you are the chief of command in those decision making at the end, and you would want to be the chief of command in these situations because whether it's a financial advisor or not, at the end of the day, it's your money that they're working with. It's not like he came with his own money and said, you know what, I want you. I know what picture you're thinking of, all of you now. As soon as I said that statement, I know you're thinking of that old um, Uncle S with the stars and the whole clown, or the whole get up with the stars and the American flag on him and everything. Uh, that image reminds me of the early 1900s. Every time I think of that image of that man, I want you. Uh, it reminds me of the early 1900s. As soon as I see that or think of that image, I think of that time. And for some odd reason, I imagine Charlie Chaplin and Lordy and Hardy. Again, it's weird, right? Many of you in here might not even know. You might have heard of Charlie Chaplin, but I don't know if you are old enough, some of you in here, to remember what are or who were Lordy and Hardy. Very, very comical for sure. I make my own decision, and sometimes I go crazy and buy too much shares too early because I didn't listen to wait for the dip. Hey, um, I, I could say this, guys, based on that statement also, that just like no one can successfully point out exactly the dip, they can be in that vicinity. Like, for example, you could say that most people will probably say, hey, the dip is $10. It can possibly go to 955 or 891. So basically, you were in that realm, but you're not absolutely 100%. But it's just like uh, it's almost easier to pick out the dip than picking out the top, which is gonna be crazy because people are gonna be in the squeeze. They're gonna be thinking of, oh, this looks like the top, and in reality, guys, all what we've been going through is only preparatory to the true exam. And the true exam is when the squeeze is taken over. In the squeeze. And imagine a whole year and a half being all, a year and a half was all nothing but critical studies. And your graduation is going to be dependent not on that whole year and a half or that you held through. It's going to be dependent on how you execute your theses at the end during the squeeze, obviously. How do you come out on the other side of the squeeze? Do you come out whole or do you come out unfortunate? Or do you come out as satisfied or beyond even satisfied or not as satisfied? Because again, every run in the squeeze is going to seem like that's it. That's the top. And now we're going to fall. It's going to be like that. Again, I don't give financial advice, guys, but you best know that the road from $10 or $11 to perhaps 4 or 5 or 6 figures or even 3 figures is not going to be just a smooth sail across the waves or across the coastline. Every major rise is going to have somewhat of a violent dip accompanying it, and you have to be ready for those moments. What have you learned in this past year and a half to collectively as well, not just one per individual, collectively? Because again, in order to get to the 5, 6 digits or 4 digits, people have to undeniably, jointfully, have to not even think about the 3 digits and the 2 digits. I mean, that's just common sense. I'm not giving financial advice here. I'm not telling people to hold or past a certain number or sell past a certain number or don't buy or don't sell. I'm not giving any of that sort, but I'm just providing common sense here that I'm pretty sure all of you know, but perhaps some of you haven't thought too deep about it. If the overwhelming majority felt like the 3-digit zone is the top, then it doesn't matter what the rest of the minority obviously becomes by default becomes the minority. If they're all aiming for 4 or 5, then digits, then they can scrap those plans. And if the majority is holding past 4 digits, then if the overwhelming small amount of minority numbers of the people in this movement, if they're selling the 2 or 3 digit zone, then it's still not going to hurt the movement up to the 4 because the majority of the people are holding past those 3 digits. So it's just a matter of, which one is the overwhelming majority's best interest or what the people are going to do. It's going to be interesting. Lee said, Matt Bauer, that's terrible. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. 2008 was a tough year. Things are going to change. Indeed, they will, my friend. Dana Young, how are you, my friend? Hopefully everything is going great with you. Good evening to you as well. Tail Dog, maybe you're damn right, brother. Hey, that means the world to me, Tail Dog, or whatever it's worth. Adrian, I honestly do hope that when all this show's season airs, its final episode, and we move on, that everyone will be responsible and not put themselves back into this life we're trying to leave behind. it depends on how you define it, you know. Like for some people, like Adrian, that just gave me a look. Like, you know, you're obviously you define um, not having enough financial stability as a major important aspect of your life, and you know that's not neither a bad thing or a good thing. You know, it's how you like to cut your uh, piece of the cake or the pie in this case in life. Everybody's different. I mean, there was a I forgot this individual. He was from South Korea. Um, Kim, and no, it's not the North Korean leader. So don't, like, especially you, Adrian. You could before you start writing those that joke, don't even write it. This individual is from South Korea, and he's still alive right now. But what I'm saying is that this individual, actually Kim, I forgot the rest of his name, but his first name is Kim. He was he owns what they call the second highest or the third highest IQ ever recorded, right? Um, and he had so many possibilities. Like he came here to the U.S. at a young age, and he like they gave him so many. Like he worked for NASA, and he was gonna be like, you know, this next big star in the, you know, the brains world. And he chose to throw all that away. In fact, he said, "No, I don't want this." And he went back to South Korea, and he teaches until today. He still teaches as a regular teacher in school. Everybody has a different definition for peace and harmony. I mean, this guy had the whole world in front of in the tips of his finger. He was primed to be possibly what in the future, in a matter of 20 or 15 years, he was probably going to rise to the dominance or to be the head figure in NASA. If he chose to be in that realm, and instead he didn't want that. He didn't want that kind of exposure. He wanted a different life. He saw his life differently. Um, I again, everybody's different. So hopefully you will never get back into the life that you leave behind, because apparently you despise it so much you don't want to be back to it. So may the Lord give you exactly what you need, want, and need, and perhaps even way more um, from this squeeze, Adrian. Yeah, see, Gloria said the same thing at fam. Like, I have learned to buy on the dip. The problem is when I buy the dip, it dips more after even I buy. And that's the thing. It's if you're in as a day trader for whatever play, then obviously you don't care about dips or whatnot. Like you could literally like, okay, as a day trader, you can be buying, like, you know, what do you think when day traders were in the market when, for example, Tesla was $1,300 or $1,200 a share? Do you think day traders were not touching it? Millions of them were. The only difference is that we're not holding for a big number, obviously, or anything. Or if you consider yourself a day trader as well, you're only buying this stock to, at that point in that day, to only to close it in that day as well. Perhaps maybe hold it for a next week or something. Maybe there's something that you know that you researched about, that there's going to be something about some sort of earnings that you feel like is going to be in favor of a certain thing. So you might buy puts or you buy calls, or, you know, there's so many different ways. But day traders obviously don't care about the price or the dip. As far as, like, you know, they're not going to sit on the sidelines until Tesla drops to 600 relatively to where it's at right now. No, we're going to trade it then, and we're going to trade it now. I'm going to trade it in between, or whatever price, whatever day. Every day is a new opportunity, and you got to take care of it. And that's why day traders, they will look at, for example, Tesla, and let's say on a normal day average, um, on a regular moving average, they can easily, um, let's say today it dabbled with or danced with, watch this, Tesla. today had a overall a 1%, 1.66% move to the upside, right? The low today was 638 and the high was 679. Do you think day traders were here today? Of course. Day traders, if they were successful, obviously in it, they came in somewhere around the 640, 638 level, and obviously rode it back up to, and depending on where they exited, a day trader will not be here until tomorrow unless they knew some other information that they feel like by tomorrow we're going to have another rise. So it's better for me to hold, but that's a risk to take. So that's why day traders are there amongst all the, depending on, doesn't matter what price is the current security at. But as far as a long holder, you believe and you have conviction in the play, you're in a way by default going to turn into a bag holder for only a certain amount of time until you get what you want and you get out. Given that that's what ends up being the case, or how it ends is the squeeze does happen. So you're no longer at that point, you'll no longer by default, you will no longer be a bag holder because you're going to be holding many bags of cash. So don't think much about like the dip being or trying to time the dip. It's just like you're not going to time the top, because the idea that one of the scariest things I've heard on YouTube, I've mentioned it a couple of times, is when people or some creators will advise people, even though they say they're not financial advisors, but they'll advise people to time the top and sell on the way back down. That is the most dangerous until now statement I've heard on YouTube. That is somewhat, that's the reason why it's so dangerous, is because it sounds educated enough. And for people that are not in the market for years, don't understand how the dynamics work, that sounds intelligent enough of a statement when someone, especially in a platform that has, let's say, thousands of subscribers in it, and they push out something like that, you're going to take it to the bank. And I can see Future Well right now is probably like, saying like, yeah, and all that stuff to this statement. But that's a scary, scary, scary statement, guys. Timing the top is something on its own anyways, and no one can come out here and convincingly come out exactly and tell me exactly what their formula is to exactly pick out the top. You know why it's impossible? Because you can't gauge in a mathematical equation the behavior of millions of people that don't think alike. If we were all robots and we're going to behave the same, maybe you'll have a good shot at it. But some people might have made, like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, some of us could make the plan all along is to sell in the 4-digit range or the 5-digit range. But let's say that day comes and somehow, again, this is all hypothetical speaking, guys, somehow people don't, hold on to their guns and hold on past those numbers. Next thing you know, whoever was going to time that top or point at the top is going to be wrong. Everybody's going to be wrong. So no one can mathematically or possibly time or pick out exactly the tip top, because no one can know exactly, because all this depends on the overwhelming majority that are holding the security. We are all holding the security. So we dictate where the price goes, and no mathematical equation can come out and pick it out ahead of time, because it does not include the mental behavior of the holders of the security. Give me one moment, guys, please. I need to use the restroom real quick. So one moment. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the inconvenience, guys. So as I was saying, yes, maybe not drinking as much of this would do a good thing, one or two things for not having to go through that. Um, but yeah, that's the dangerous statement. The most dangerous statement I've heard on YouTube so far is when some people push out that theory to pick out the top, or even, for lack of better terms, even the opposite, even to try to pick out the bottom. You can't gauge. I mean, it's easier to possibly, like I said, pick out the bottom than to pick out the top, because you can't dictate the overwhelming majority what price or where they're psychologically, where they're going to go ahead and let go of their shares. Physically, scientifically, it's just impossible to prove that theory. So when people come out and say stuff like this, I start wondering what are their true, like, intentions for pumping out such statement, because it's either to screw up people or to make people hold for higher numbers while they process, they can secure theirs, past their numbers, whatever numbers they need people to hold past. It's either that, or it's either pure naiveness, and they just don't know. They just said something because they thought of their own common sense. Unfortunately, they don't know that it makes sense on paper when you say it for someone who's not in the market, or does hasn't been in the market, or doesn't have the experience in the market. But when you ask someone who knows, automatically they'll point that out and say, no, no, not in no squeeze play. You don't want to do that. In a squeeze play, if you want to come out on the other end in one piece, not financial advice, you can't. When when you pick up the top and when you sell on the way back down, let me just walk you through this. If your plan is to sell on the way down, squeezes are notorious for one thing. And go search, do your own DD on all the previous squeezes that happened in the past. Whether, obviously, each one is different than the other by nature of the dynamic of the make of that squeeze. Whether it was Volkswagen, whether it's uh, .com, whatever it is, whether it's this, you will see after it happens, the top is always afterwards is met with something called the falling knife. It does not go, for example, to $8,000. Let's just use that hypothetical number. It doesn't go to 8,000. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that was the top, and it doesn't come down from 8,000 over the course of 6 months. It doesn't take it 6 months or 3 weeks or 4 weeks for it to come back down to whatever number that it is going to rebounce or resettle at. And that falling knife, it's called the falling knife because nobody can catch it. You wouldn't even be able to process orders in that time because it's so fast dropping to the point where no matter what, by the time you set an order and you submit it, it's already way lower than that price. Your next consolidating zone could be from 8,000, could possibly be $200. I'm not flinching as I'm giving you that statement. Um, I'm giving you the real. How you take it, how you feel about it, how you digest it is all up to you. By no shape or form I'm trying to influence anybody to go ahead and not sell or time the top and try to sell on the way back down. I'm just trying to add to your itinerary just some things you might have not known or thought about because you just didn't experience something like this before. Um, and therefore you're going on, on a limb with this thought, thinking that, yeah, I'll wait until it's whatever number it is, and if it got there afterwards, whatever it is, the top, I'll just wait. I'll let this thing keep doing its thing. People could sell, people could buy, people could hold, and whenever it's confirmed that it's a top, which again, by the time that you know that it's a fire, something really big is already got burnt. Fire in the factory, or fire in the house, or whatever. By the time that it gets to everybody to understand that yes, there is a fire going on, the fire would have already consumed so much and like and cause so much damage at that point, where in most cases there's no point of return. It's done. So be careful. I'm not influencing you. I'm just adding a little more, like I said, to your itinerary. Be careful with the whole talk about selling on the way back down. Bring me Hopkins, which is obviously known for his physics and being one of the most known masterminds in human history. You can even bring him and to get him to try to persuade me that he can come up with a formula that could time exactly the top on this or any play, and I will give you all my proceeds from the squeeze. Wow, big statement, huh? Moving on. Not to help the situation, bought a house in South Florida in '06. Couldn't have picked a better time. Needless to say, my timing was off, but I was younger. Matt Bauer, it's part of life, right? It's part of life, my friend. Look at you now. You didn't perish from those things that happened to you back then. You're back at it again now, and this time the favor is all on your side, versus uh, that how you were exposed to most of the damages back then. Adrian, I'll take that advice into high consideration as far as buying kilos or whatnot, and even involving in that world, huh? Thanks for the advice. Um, to the moon, I get now. AB means astronomical bounce. Wow, I am definitely now getting even more and more behind because people are just are very chatty today. I see it. I love it. I just scrolled on a very, very, where I'm trying to see. I hate when it just does that. I hate it. I hate it when it like goes by and it takes me all the way down, and now I got to scroll back up to see where everybody is, exactly where I left off at. Okay, I think I found where I'm at. Man, every live chat, you guys definitely make me feel like I'm closer and closer to Mr. Biden. Uh, in feeling like right now, I keep asking the same questions, like, where am I at? Like, I don't know where I'm at. Not taking any digs, no pun intended. If you're a fan, again, I'm just a comedian in most cases. I don't take things too serious, never. Nothing is supposed to be taken serious except anybody else's future or life when it's on the line. Everything else is part of life. So no matter how bad or good, life moves on. All right, I found myself again, and yes, I am on the podium in front of the mic. Bobby's World, welcome in here. I have not seen you in our chat before, Bobby. So welcome to your new home, hopefully. Uh, Antarctica is always cold. Yeah, depends on what part. Also, humans or ordinary civilians cannot go and venture in, um, in Antarctica, uh, in most of the parts. There's only certain zones, but there's limits, and then the most it's a treaty that's written between the most influential countries in the world. The biggest, countries in the world have formed a treaty, and they all own parts of it. So that's crazy. You know, all this happened. That whole topic about banning those certain limits of Antarctica was due to the all those documentaries that came out, and I've talked very small about that General Richard that went over there. They were sent on the mission because apparently there was stories to come out to say that, I'm going to go ahead and say it for you. I don't know why I'm choosing my words like I'm walking on landmines. So basically, there were rumors at that time that Adolf Hitler did not actually commit suicide in that bunker. It wasn't him, and I actually believe in that theory myself, because those pictures and even scientific matters happened where they where they judged the remains, and it wasn't like some Russian scientists came up to say that was not anything that has to do. In fact, most of those remains that were given as samples were of a woman in her 40s. But anywho, moving on. Um, there was rumors that he was moving his Third Reich in that area because apparently he stumbled upon some underground civilization, very far advanced civilization. Again, now I'm not saying that this is exactly what has happened or whatnot. Again, this is just what history writes about it. And they were met with a great fight over there. Richard, according to Admiral Richard's documented statements after he came back, and they lost overwhelmingly to that whatever civilization was out there or something. So they made it. One thing I do know 100% is that yes, it is in the rules. There is a certain limit to where any common civilian can go to. And they say that the reason for that is because the temperatures and the conditions can get extremely wild, and it's not safe. So therefore, we just ban it, unless you are a government, obviously official, or you have a clearance to go past those certain limits. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies going on around that area, saying that after that Great Wall, especially flat earthers believe that that Great Wall over there, if obviously, let's say if Earth, hypothetically speaking, was not round or oval and it was flat, that over there's that Great Wall that will after it lead to other lands that we have not been exposed to. And old maps, it's very interesting actually. There was old maps that were drawn by great astronomers in the past that draw like that. Apparently there is some sort of great in Antarctica. There's an area where there is like many rivers that flow, and in the middle of it, there's this great energy field and land that everything in Earth kind of shoots back to or from. Again, it's very conspiracy like talk, but yeah. Just adding to Bobby's world a little bit. I mean, you popped up a can of conspiracy, and I had to open it. Welcome, Bobby. Uh, I'll ski myself to Coors Brewery and forget where I'm at. Adrian, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Again, you wouldn't even feel cold. Oh my God, drinking and skiing. As dangerous as that sounds, It sounds like fun, like something AB would do. Gloria is like, AB, now I want you to make me a drink. Uh-oh, Gloria, be careful what you wish for. Um, you might actually get you'll be lucky to have a hangover. Let's just put it that way. The party never stops. Uh, yes, me too, Pam. I can't wait to enjoy some beverages with you guys after the MOAS, uh, and actually seeing all of you guys in person. It's gonna be very very amazing to actually get to have that. That's why I say like the true wealth in this whole thing is not the squeeze, but it's the journey that we've gone through. The new Mount Rushmore. The Hangover was a great movie. Yes, it's. Let me read the rest of it. I have been to the Hangover Suite before at Caesar's Palace in Vegas. It's nice with a dance floor and 3 bedrooms upstairs. Oh my God, nice. That definitely sounds very nice. Um, it was definitely a great movie. Especially number one was just different. It was different. Big B, welcome in here. Lou has always said you're making money watching YouTube videos. Don't complain if they stop the price from going higher. Um, he always devalued people' way of gaining knowledge. Sorry, let me read that again. Lou has always said you're making money watching YouTube videos. Don't complain if they stop the price. Okay, from going higher. Um, he always devalued people's way of gaining knowledge. And again, that goes back to why, like me, when I was answering Future Whale, oh, by the way, Hanzo, how are you doing? I just over glanced at. Hopefully, you're having a great time, my friend, and everything's going great. Um, but yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't say it as okay. I wouldn't say it as complaining because again, you don't know what somebody's loss meant to that someone. Like it could be just like okay to use like nothing. Again, everybody has different levels of tolerance. So that's why I hate when people belittle somebody else's loss because they compare it to something else that is far greater to them, they think is much higher. That's absolute childness, and that's absolutely also another term for it is inconsiderate. You have to have the compassion because everybody has different levels of tolerance. Like some people can go, for example, just hypothetically speaking, under torture forever and they won't spell a single bean. Some people would, before you even could do anything onto them, automatically here, spill all the beans. And that's just one side of looking at it. Now, looking at this in a financial sense, no one is getting tortured. Uh, if somebody loses, let's say came in all in with 5,000 or $4,000 and they lost it, I understand some other people could come out and say, "Oh man, I've lost 30,000 one time in one day in one play." That your loss is not that big, and I hate that. To you, you probably lost 30, 20, or 30,000 out of you possibly have hundreds of thousands of dollars. So to you, it hurts, it's bad, it stings, but it doesn't end. For that person, they walked in with 5, 6K, and that was everything to them. So their loss was as catastrophic as you losing all your obviously your wealth. So people need to have compassion and obviously um, be considerate to other people, and obviously don't devalue or don't shoot down anybody else's loss. Like when you say don't complain, when he says don't complain when the price goes down, um, you don't know what someone is going through. Even if it was a bad decision, you still don't know what caused them to make that decision. And you just have to leave space for being considerate of their situation, because again, it's not like it's going to change, but they don't need you adding more to it. That's basically the point that I'm trying to make. You know, again, to each their own. So if Lou loves to devaluate people, and that's his way of making you feel like, okay, you shouldn't, I mean, your loss is nothing and whatnot and all that stuff, then, that's his way. Again, at the end of the day, who drinks from that cup? The people that make that cup, or they're going to drink from their cup. You drink from the cup that you make. Pam, I want an investment property near my sister in San Luis Obispo. Can you make that happen? I'm pretty sure there is not much that Pam can't make happen. Hello, Al from Mario Panulo. I know you probably is trying to say hello, AB. I don't know if you're watching Al from Boston as well, Panulo. I'm just messing with you. Just taking digs at you. Mr. Panulo, how are you doing, my friend? Good evening to you. Tesla harnessed free electricity from the ether. That was a definitely thing that they said that he was able. And the funny thing is, um, the original J.P. Morgan, the Don, was involved in that experiment. He took them out, and that's when he built Nikola Tesla built his amazing tower, one of many towers that he built, and he showed that he can actually make enough electricity from nature, harness it, and give out electricity. Electricity basically was going to be free for all. And obviously, that was not going to be something that was good, because when they saw, he gave them a prova, kind of like a show, and when he showed what that was capable of doing, and all he needed was like one major tower like that in each continent, and it'll just be kind of like a Bluetooth effect of electricity instead of even having wires or any of that stuff. He's man on a different level of genius. And when they saw that, when those investors, J.P. Morgan, one of them, saw that experiment, they all said, "No, we're not funding this. No, no, no. You can stop this crap. We take the loss." Because that means a lot of companies are going to go broke, like out of business. Electric companies. Can you see like Duke Energy would not, and Duke is very known in the Midwest, I guess we'll put it that way. Duke and these electric, or even Spectrum, these all these companies would not coexist today as we speak if that was given the light of day, that experiment. You're correct. Guy got a Glock. In fact, he even harnessed it to become a weapon. That's another conspiracy for you guys. He was able to control the lightning and was able to gauge it scientifically to actually attack or like hit a certain spot. But he was so mighty, and the explosion that happened for it, because they tested it, and they tested it, I think it was in the Ukraine. A mighty explosion happened, and then they said that that was some sort of earthquake back in that time. History Life, like the news channels, obviously covered it all up and everything. And yeah, it was so crazy that that it caused a major, like, they felt it, like, countries way far from the Ukraine. That's besides the fact that he was also a bit of able to, allegedly speaking here, move, transfer a whole ship with his crew in it from one area to another. The only problem that they had was, I think there was one individual or two individuals that survived. The rest of the crew because they moved in different dimensions, I guess. So all their physical bodies were tied up to the ship. So they became engraved within the ship. So when the ship popped up somewhere else, I guess in the Pacific or in the Atlantic, somewhere else completely from where it was at, obviously all the crew was dead. I think it was except one or two, and if I'm not mistaken here, and then the rest were all tied up, like engraved, of course dead, engraved in the structure of the ship. Of course, that was covered as well. Yeah, we can go on day for hours if you guys want to speak about past events or history and interesting individuals of the past and of things and all that stuff. Yeah, I've invested a lot of time, of my personal time and stuff like that. So if that interests you guys can definitely vote on a topic of history, and we can go about it one day and have a segment where it just answers stuff like that, or have a show about something like that. I think that would be interesting. Secular history is propagandized lies. Um, very, very good statement, Leah. J. Ingram, yep. Tell Dog, you got it. So they poisoned him, shaking my head. Um, Poisoned. Are we talking about Nikola Tesla still? I'm trying to backtrack because I know I'm behind on the comments. Um, if we're talking about Nikola Tesla, apparently he died in his New York apartment of a fire, allegedly. So he was in New York. He was in a room, and the crazier part is that none of his remains were obviously found because they said the fire was too crazy. Um, yeah, he had an interesting brain um, because he wanted to have the keys. His ultimate goal was to find the keys to human existence, or to the higher powers. So he basically wanted to understand God, in other words, or what makes God God, or how did God get formed, um, which at the end I feel like took his was the reason why his life was taken. Tony Spadafino, how are you? That's an OG, guys. What's up, everyone? Everyone's saying hi to Tony. Danny Young remembers Uncle Sam. I want you. Adrian Fernandez, since birth, we are brainwashed to see their reality. They want us to depend on them and need them. They want us lost and confused. So without them, we're nothing. That's what they want. That's all been the agenda of control. Matt Bauer says you're exactly right. It was a bull market until it wasn't anymore, and I was getting very good returns before, so I paid less attention than I should have. Oh, okay. No, that was talking about when we were saying you make the cup that you drink from. Um, so yeah, you see, guys, even like here, Matt Bauer, who went through all that stuff that he mentioned in from the financial advisor that he listened to. Um, he still obviously left some space for him to see that, hey, guess what? He learned that it's not always going to be sunny when it's sunny, and it's always not going to be dark when it's dark. Things change. Adrian is saying, if this was the Matrix, uh, it is they feed us blue pills and absolutely anything and everything. The best way to hide the truth is in plain sight. Wow, that's a very deep statement, Adrian. It's absolutely correct as well. Least expected, that's when it happened. When you least expect it. Who's going to see Top Gun tomorrow for the NFT? Oh, it is actually tomorrow. Well, I'm excited. I mean, you know, I am a fan of the, you know, the movie itself, and big fan of also of Tom Cruise and all his movies, whether Jack Reacher or Mission Impossible. Um, he's a class act. You know what you get when you watch a Tom Cruise movie. It's not too many of them. You know, they don't like for example, like Nicolas Cage. You know, another known obviously celebrity, but or Bruce Willis. I mean, now they just make any kind of movie, and I don't like that. Into like somebody who's like that, like Bruce Willis was at some point, like when I was really young, he was like the real deal. Like, yeah, you know, like Tom Cruise, Mel Gibson, Will Smith, Bruce Willis, you know, a bunch of these actors before the rise of, you know, Dwayne Johnson and all those kind of other actors. But those that selective, and Robert De Niro, these guys, Sylvester Stallone, you know, I can go on, Arnold Schwarzenegger, all these guys, and you know, many of Michael Douglas, and all these like these actors were all at a different level, and some of them, Brad Pitt, um, Leonardo. I mean, again, the list goes on. I can't. Every time I keep thinking about it, I keep remembering another name. Um, these guys are like that, and that's why I like what Tom Cruise constantly keeps doing is that he preserves. He's like an aged wine. The older it gets, and the more you know, the less playing you play with it, the better it gets. So yeah, he only provides one thing, just like Jordan Cameron as well as a director. You know, he only directs a movie like could sometimes take like 8 or 10 years to come out with the movie. But when it comes out, buckle up because it's going to be something that's really good. You're not going to get some, just get your 128 minutes out of the way, like some time killer or something, you know? You've seen like Bruce Willis, Nicolas Cage, a bunch of these guys, you know, now are just trying to do anything for the money. That's the way I see it. Further making quantity over quality, where for Tom Cruise is the opposite. Let's see where are we going. Haha. Jeff Nichols says, many lottery winners became broke, they say. Yep. Except in our case, it's going to be different because they might look at us as lottery winners, but we're not looking at it as a lottery winner. We've all along made educated guesses on this. That's why we're in this slot machine. We're not on this slot machine because um, of the sound and the fixtures that it offers. It's worth more than you could ever imagine, AB. Let's get let's get it, dude. Yes, of course. Gully, did you find 2000 mules? Couldn't find it. Adrian is a rare breed. See, here's a good, interesting statement by Matt Bauer. I learned about this play TradeNet. Had no idea until I sold it 30 and watched it run, which was very, very interesting. Here's the thing. For me, it's slightly different. Um, you know, I obviously learned about this play, as I said, last in 2020. I made a first position in September of 2020, and then further made it much larger, obviously, after the Dogecoin run, and you know, spread out more into GME and you know, a couple of other meme stocks. Um, for me, it was always about breaking that $14 range, because ever since we reached a new all-time high of 27 bucks, 26, 27 bucks, and then dropped back down in January of 2021, and we continued that trend all the way until May, which is for 5 months. We just continued dancing within the top, which again, in this case, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because I also look at the spectrum from all aspects. I look at technical analysis. I look at obviously the overwhelming macro events that are happening around that could bridge the gap and make the picture much clearer. And I saw from a technical standpoint that obviously $14 for us was what we had to break. So as soon as we broke the 14 back then, that's when I knew that obviously we're going for something that is much higher. And I can see that Matt Bauer, that you've had in mind that, like, maybe I could be wrong about this, but I'm gonna go out on a guess here. You probably have in your equation, you've had the 26, 27 all-time high in the back of your head. And when you saw it hit 30, you sold, and you're like, hey, this is a new all-time high. It could go up to 20. I mean, it could go to 35 or 40, but I can sleep better at night knowing that I sold at 30, but I can't sleep if I didn't sell at 30 and then watched it go back down to 10 or 9. Again, I'm going out on a guess. Maybe that's what you had incorporated in the back of your head, and that's why you did what you did, and you felt like that was best for you, and you did that. So if that was the case, hey, no one can tell you you're wrong. No one can tell you you're right. At the end of the day, it's how you feel about what you did, and the money, what you did with that money, and what it was going to do for you and your own and your loved ones. For me, I knew that since we are talking squeeze, and obviously I knew how much they're short on it and all that stuff. I knew that after we broke 14, that we were up for a new all-time high, and it wasn't going to be something normal. It was going to be something outrageous. And I knew, like, in fact, I knew I was like, the reason why I didn't even sell any of my shares, even at 74, is because it's just not worth it. I had all along kept in the back of my head that this is worth a whole lot more. And when I start seeing shorts covering, that's when I will even entertain the idea of thinking, where are we at? Should I even entertain this price zone or price target? You see? So the makeup is very similar as far as in our overall human psychology going about these plays. That's my point. I admire your courage of coming out live or out in public and saying this, because there's many places where they're very conservative. When someone comes and says, "Oh, I sold this back at 30," or "I sold in whatever price range," they're like, "Oh, you're a sellout. You're part of the problem," and all this, and they start bashing them. And that's entirely wrong. Obviously, at the end of the day, someone could come on here and they could be a bot, and they could easily, I'm not saying any of you guys are, but I'm saying hypothetically speaking, somebody could walk in here and they're a bot, and they could say that I show a picture, bought 25,000 shares, and they will have everybody in here drooling all over them and saying, "Oh my God, I wish I could be like you. How did you do it? Please teach me." And like literally drooling all over them. And the whole thing could be a lie for whatever purpose that person sees. Um, and in the same time, they could come out and say, "I sold my position and it was 8,000 shares or 7,000 shares or whatever, 200 shares." And people can say, "What the hell? Like, why did you do this? Like, you're part of the problem and whatnot." There's no such thing. No one owns this stock, guys. We are all the reason why the stock is in the mainstream media, or these meme stocks are in mainstream media. If we turn on each other, that's exactly what the other side wants. And it will benefit them, because everybody will start going on their own and basically creating their own thing and saying, "You know what? Why am I even in this? Let me just settle here." It just becomes very confusing. So very good, Matt. And hopefully I was correct on how I described what was probably happening with you on, in your mind as in those times when you did what you did. And now you're back stronger than ever. And that's what matters the most, right? Pablocos, and tomorrow is the 24th. Big wide open eyes. What are we expecting? um, we're not expecting crazy stuff. We're just expecting the. Let's see if there is there. I'm expecting a certain delivery of FTDs. How big? How small? We'll see. If it even happens, we'll see. And we'll see. We'll see the outcome. We'll see the outcome. Um, remember, today was kind of like a quiet day, right? um, as I always say, keep looking at two things every day: the repo and reverse repo when it comes available midday, and then always look at Bitcoin, even though that is not in the stock market, but it has a lot to do with it. Um, crypto have, ever since the attack on Luna and how the whole crypto structure and realm behaved and reacted to it, have never rebounded. It's been trying to consolidate here. And some creators you go to, or some financial advisors you might go to, and they'll say, oh, this is consolidation. That means it's going to be ready for a leg up or a new all-time high soon. And where in principle that could make some sense, but in reality, here's another outlook to it. Either could be correct, but here's another outlook that you need to also expose yourself to. The fact that it touched on a technical level this zone from the bottom, like let's say the bottom, remember it touched 26,000, I think, Bitcoin on the beginning of this attack, and it relatively climbed back up, trying to get back to a the 30s and climbing back up to possibly get back to the 40s grands, that is. And instead, it has been, it reaches the 30 and it comes back down. So basically, on a technical level, it's touching what was their support. Now have become their resistance, and it comes back down from it every time it touches it. So unless Bitcoin touches 33, 34 grand, I'm not convinced or sold on the idea that crypto is working on this next leg up. In fact, I feel like it's going to be on this next leg down. And when that happens, right now, for the past better part of the last 2 weeks, we've been witnessing so much pumping and dumping of all the cryptos. You've seen it yesterday, day before yesterday, started pumping again from 28,000, it jumped up to the mid 30,000. And so as other cryptos up 3, 4, 5%. Today, dump back down, losing all that. People are cashing in and cashing out. Why? It's kind of like that casino style. When the house, at the end of every business, you have to close out your registers. You have to clear out your registers. Leave $100 in the register, close it out, take the money, see what you came up with. What's your profit? And that's what it feels like. It feels like it's like a business or a store where the owner of the store is like the market makers or the hedge funds or the institutions. And every day they are pumping the business, opening the doors, obviously bringing in merchandise and everything. And then people to buy. You and I are the people, example in this, shoppers. We are the shoppers in this case. We buy in thinking that this is the low. It's a good deal. And if we hold it, let's say it goes up 2-3%, we're like, okay, well, I came in, I got Bitcoin at 26. If you're thinking of it from a day trader's perspective and you're trying to make some money, obviously you're going about it in a very wrong. Without giving financial advice, you have a better luck doing that, or better odds, obviously, from every aspect you could think of, doing it with other coins. If you're not holding Bitcoin for long term and realistically for long term, for the true potential that it can get to, then what are you doing? Like, think of it like this. You're exposing yourself to risk. It doesn't matter how much wealth you have. Um, Given, let's say, Bitcoin moves up 10%, and when you think of the math on that equation, it's like you could have done more with much less. So, for example, if like Bitcoin is, hypothetically speaking, at 30 grand, if you decide 10% of it is $3,000. So if Bitcoin goes up 10%, it goes up to what? 33 grand, 33, 34 grand. You made $3,000, but how much did you risk to get 3,000? You risked 30,000 to get 3,000. Does that sound like a payout, a good turnaround? Well, any profit is great, right? It's better than nothing. But was it worth the risk? I'm risking $30,000 to get $3,000. That doesn't sound like, in business terminology, that's not a great turnaround. Now, if you invest 30,000 and it comes back 10,000, 15,000, then you can say, okay, you know what? It was at least well worth investing that much to get that much. That was a great turnaround. So, in other words, in layman terms, when you see that all the cryptos are, when Bitcoin is bouncing, they're all bouncing. When the Bitcoin is dropping, they're all dropping. They're all in the same algorithms. So when you put that 30,000 on a quick trade for SHIB, Doge, Ren, ADA, whatever other, you're going to have better turnarounds, because obviously the amount that you invested and the amount that you get return is completely different. The amount that you have to risk is much less than what you were risking for Bitcoin here in this case. I'm not making a case for people or telling people don't buy or don't sell or when to buy or when not to sell. I'm not doing that. I'm just keeping more ideas in the back of your head. So if you're holding something like that expensive, obviously like a Bitcoin, in my humble opinion, if you're not holding it for its true potential down the line, then you're risking too much just to get so little. You can conduct that business in different coins or different crypto realm areas than having to risk that much on Bitcoin, only because you want to trade it the next day or two. Tell Dog is saying, coil the like, everyone. Thank you, Tell Dog. I appreciate it. I like this coiled stuff. Man, Stacia is a brand maker. Wendy, how are you, my friend? Nice to see you in the chat. Pam is saying, I remember buying Tesla at 55, and I think it is, and thought that it was expensive. Look at Tesla now, right? Oh my God. Thank you, Luna, for asking everybody to do that as well. Appreciate it. For hitting the like button. Mikey J, destiny is all. Yes. I can't say it like Uhtred. Destiny is all. That was close enough. Okay, spam the chat with something crazy. Hurry. Jeffrey, thanks for the influence. Duck soup. Monkeypox. Duck soup. That is it. I partied once with Peter Frampton. Okay. Wow, look at this. Tell dog? Yes. I'm laughing my uh naked rope. Oh my god. Oops. I think I just skipped. Again, it did the same thing again. I hate this. Now I got to do the Joe Biden act again. Like, where am I? Where am I? Okay. I think I found myself again. And yep, once again, I'm on the podium right next to the mic. Adrian is lighting it up in here. And Pam. Adrian is saying that 99% of the time when I post, I am literally just freestyling as I go. I have no idea what will end up in the chat until after I post it. I like that. No filter zone, huh? Just say it as it is. Yes, the crew were within the metal. Thank you for verifying that, Nicole. As far as the Nikola Tesla experiment. Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's so magnificent, guys. It's like fascinating to see like what like a simple small thing, which is a human, can do or think of. And I'm referring to Nikola Tesla here. Like the things that I mentioned as far as experiments that he have come up with, and obviously how he even went against the theory of relativity, and the theory that obviously Albert Einstein have received the Nobel Prize for. He actually went against it, but again, he was just, oh my god, the guy. You have guys no idea how much or how many times Thomas Edison have played Nikola Tesla throughout his life. It's crazy, right? Um, because at first Edison went ahead and laid out a challenge, because what they were doing at that time, and I'm gonna hit and miss here on some of those details because obviously I don't remember exactly some of those terms, but here's I got the whole idea. Back then when he was very influential and he was passing out a lot of electricity, but it was so tough. They had a major big box, like those big boxes that transfer electricity through the wires that you see in your city, but throughout the whole city. They had that on literally almost every block in the city, they needed a major big one like that. And it was just, and they didn't have, and when Nikola Tesla came in and solved the issue of the grounded electricity, he figured out that electricity is an energy that keeps, basically flowing. So that's why they ground it now in your outlet when you see. So it was crazy. The guy's mind was, it's just so beautiful. It was just so beautifully amazing. Nothing that I could ever even relate to in a single drop, even. Um, but he came in and he solved that issue. That was his first rise to fame. Was he solved that issue by making it first a better? He made a better version that made it even. Not only did he solve the issue that Thomas Edison was, him and his company were advertising for and asking, but also he, on a second occasion, Thomas Edison has put a big prize. Like I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was 10,000, and obviously at that time, 10,000 was like $1 million. Um, I think it was. So you guys can correct me in the chat if you could. Again, I'm giving you what I downloaded throughout my time of learning of the past. So yeah, he put out like a wide challenge again, Edison that is, and little that we know, Nikola Tesla came back out and he solved that issue. He worked for the company, for Edison's company, and then solved that issue. The problem only to be played afterwards. Edison took everything from that and he gained all that knowledge. This is why I said when you do your own DD and watch all this about this person and this person, you'll come out not really liking, or whatever you thought of Edison is going to completely be changed after you do your research on that. And Edison told him that apparently that was his set, like he was basically joking. He was being basically, what's the better word here? He was being sarcastic. He told Tesla that he was sarcastic and he didn't give him the proceeds of the challenge. Little that we knew, again, he got played once again. Tesla had a tough life, man. He even, imagine his great brain. He was working as a server on some cafe. That's the levels that he reached. And guess what? That didn't derail him. There's a lot to take from Tesla. Inspiring, that is. He still continued to try to do his work, eventually to be found by two entrepreneurs who, yet again, played him in his life as well. Unfortunately, they took his smartness, they took it to the next level, took the whole diagram, and they took the whole platform that he built, and they dumped him on the side as well, yet again. If you think of Nikola Tesla, he wasn't cut out for this. He was an entity that if you just gave it what it needed and enjoy the fireworks that it can create, he was that. But he wasn't a cutout person to see who's going to lie to him or play him or not. And unfortunately, that's just life, and he continued to be that individual until his life was gone in that allegedly that fire in his apartment in New York. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And again, like we could dive deeper, and you guys can create conversations. I'm always down for great conversations, so we could talk. Pretty sure a lot of you guys know a whole lot more than even the little tricklets that I know, droplets. So yeah, that's why I enjoy going to some places like whether Boss Blunts or whether it's most important, mostly to me, Pantheon. He could sometimes come out with some things and say, and you're like, what? I didn't know, like, you think of that stuff, like you have some interest in that. Okay, well, I can't wait to have some conversations with you about this kind of stuff. I didn't know that. You'd just be surprised. And you just gotta love the guy. That's my outtake on it, guys. So hopefully, I'm pretty sure most of you guys in here love Pantheon, so I don't need to speak it up. And Pam is telling me, AB, join my Discord when you can. Would love to talk with you and everyone in there. I would love to. Yes, shoot me in the right direction. Do I just look up Pam the Trader? And AB, we will chat in my Discord late Saturday night after mass stream. Uh, oh, I might add that to my itinerary, depending on what is happening or what I'm doing Saturday night. But yeah, I'm an interested individual in that. Die Hard, yeah, hey, Die Hard, amazing movie. Hey, Nick Cage is great. He is. I'm not saying he's not great. What remember I said that he was obviously one of the biggest celebrities. It's just as of late, like in their latter of their career, they chose quantity over quality. They chose money over whatever that is. And we all know what happened with Nicolas Cage and his troubled, you know, money troubled life. He seems to be back now, but at some point he was working so many movies just to be able to pay his taxes off. Um, and again, that's just the way that life goes, I guess. Uh, there's a reason he had to pump out those movies. Gotta check out his story. Oh no, yeah, Pabloco. I just literally answered the same thing you just said, and I was like, he had to pay that stuff because of obviously the taxes that he owed. Um, but from the other perspective, also you can argue is like, why did he even get in that position? Like, when you're very successful and you're making millions of dollars, and you don't want to pay your tax, that's when you know individuals like class working individuals are now have issues with it, and rightfully so, because again, if they can't go without paying their tax, doesn't matter how low it is, but to their bracket, it's everything. That's the bracket they're within. And yet now you have somebody who's making all this and they refuse to pay taxes. You know, that's or they overlooked paying the taxes and whatnot. Made mistakes, but now he's making up for them, and hopefully everything can be fixed. Um, so hopefully he learned his mistakes. Like I tell you guys constantly, the last organization you ever want to cross is the Department of Taxation in the U.S. I remember talking to you guys about what's his name. I remember mentioning to you guys the great Al Capone, the crazy Al Capone was literally brought down not from his crazy violence or the drug empire, but the whole thing came crashing down when he didn't pay his taxes, uh, and that's who tipped off the other authorities, the Department of Taxation, when they came asking such and such citizen is not paying. What's up? They looked into him, they tipped off other agencies, and then the rest was history. Where am I at now again? Okay, Pam. Tom doesn't age. No, he doesn't. Well, Matt Bauer just confirmed what I was talking about earlier when I was thinking, possibly thinking of what he could be, what he was thinking of back then. And he said, exactly, I didn't know the big picture at that time. Now he does, stronger than ever. Wow. Title dog, have you been blue for a while? No, it's been recent. My average is now 4.3 on one account, and hey, um, uh, that's good news. Doesn't matter what averages are. I've always said that. At the end of the day, it's about what you get rid of it for. That's what matters the most. Special guest incoming. Look, speaking of the gentleman, um, Pantheon's in the house. How are you, my friend? Well, if you're still in the house, sorry, I'm just now getting to the comment. What's up, you filthy apes? Yeah. Boss Blunts is rubbing off on you, Pantheon. You know, it's the same. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Pantheon. Rhonda, how are you, my friend? Rhonda E. I'm gonna have to watch your replay again. Well, hopefully you enjoy the replay, but at least you're here for now, right? Um, Pantheon Radiology, uncut and uncensored. Yeah, I can't wait for a dosage of my own. It's like having meaning. Let's see. Where did I get to now? Mm, I did the same thing again. Okay, I found myself. And guess what I found myself? I thought Tesla is my retirement savings, but it's going to be AMC when MOAS. Well, hopefully both, Pam. Hopefully both. In this case, I find if you highlight the current comment you're on when the chat skips, then you can scroll back and comment, and the comment will still be highlighted. Makes it easier to find where you were. See, this is why I love this gentleman. Always a plethora or a source of info, doesn't matter in what field. I'm just testing it right now. Look, I'm scrolling down now. I'm scrolling back up. Yes, it is highlighted still. I'm like a kid when it comes to finding out new stuff. Um, and now, and Nickel just confirmed what I was saying earlier by saying, hopefully, obviously, we're correct, both of us on this. The ship, the Philadelphia experiment, yes, it was, I believe, with the Nikola Tesla experiment. Pam saying BYOB and BYOP. Yes, there goes Pantheon again, showing some intelligence. You got it, Jeff. That is true. So many AMC here. serving beer. I'm spoiled in Cali. Yeah, the ones here in Cincinnati does the same thing too, especially the one in Newport on the Levee. So Jeffrey, this is honestly is one of the greatest movements in history. Look, we have people from all over the world coming together on a YouTube live to talk about the same outcome. That is exactly, again, uh, you know, what we were saying before, and this is what makes it even greater and greater of a movement. Uh, Jeffrey, you know, what's up with the Discord talk stuff? Why is Ritalin okay to give out kids, but adults using meth is illegal? You're gonna have to watch Breaking Bad for that, Adrian. Now, if we could all get on the same page, there you go, Jeffrey. Let's see, where are we at? Okay. And now is Pantheon saying, hold on, what? Tell the art. Pantheon saying join Pam's Discord and we can do the an uncensored chat together Saturday after Massalorian's show. And oh wow, now I'm definitely like even more and more excited now. I'm definitely sold. Yes. So I'm sorry, Pam. What do I have to exactly? Is it Pam the Trader? Is that how I can find you? Sorry, I know I sound very illiterate when it comes to Discord, but it's the truth of the reality. I haven't ever. In fact, I've once said that I was gonna contact Pantheon. You know, there was like a couple weeks ago, I think 2, 3 weeks ago, when I said I was gonna contact him later on, and I spent literally like 30 minutes in Discord in the think tank, typing in Pantheon, Pantheon, Pantheon. I couldn't, and I remember I have, I personally have, uh, another way of reaching out to Pantheon. Uh, but I was just looking for that because it was just the newest thing I just got hip to, and I was like, okay, maybe I can go ahead and reach out to him there. And I couldn't find it like to where I could personally just contact Pantheon. Um, yeah, I know. I sounded illiterate, right? uh, so, um, and KJW says Top Gun going to beat Spider Man. Probably, probably. I mean, for all the hype that is getting, I mean, it's not gonna get the young crowd moving like Spider Man. You know, it's just that's the thing. But who knows? I mean, more and more people could be watching it. I hope it does, and that's not for no personal reasons. That's just for stock reasons and business reasons for AMC. Yeah, that sucks. No AMC in Maine. Come on, Adam Aaron, step up your game, my friend. Get us some theaters in Maine. More AMC in other states. Yeah, we do. Okay, so we all this time and we still 3.5 hours and we didn't talk about BBIG's earnings yet. This is unbelievable. You guys are such a bad influence. I didn't do my homework today. um, as we can see right now, officially with the market completely closed at 8. Um, now you see all the movement is in the crypto realm, and obviously you see what's happening. It all looks like it's green, but it really isn't, because that's just when crypto realm opened up in, I believe, in China. No, I think China's after 11. Yeah, 11 or after. And I think this is, I think this is Europe. Um, on my spare time when I'm not being awesome or typing dad jokes, I browse YouTube to report and have terminated all these fake channels saying to send BTC to double your coins. I've took down over 200. Wow, over 200. Yet that's but a grain of salt in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Okay, well, hopefully the Lord can provide you all the strength needed, Adrian. So apparently, everything, when I scan through this right now as we speaking, um, basically they had the quarter 1 BBIGs. It was their generally accepted accounting principle. That's what GAAP stands for, guys. Uh, is EPS of minus $3.05, and their revenue is 11.53 million. Wowzers! That is very good. I believe that's what, 4 or 5 times higher than what it was. So it lost $3.05 per share. But where? How does that make any? The first quarter loss was 372.9 million. What? You know, guys, in this post, like after pandemic open, like I said before, guys, you're not gonna find. It's rare that you're gonna find a company that is obviously that haven't incurred any debt because of it or any of that stuff. Um, but the key thing here is that their revenue was 11.5 million on the first quarter, compared to, I think it was like 2 million or something before. Um, let me just check that real quick just to confirm that part. Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely up like 300-400% for sure. So that's to me, that's good news, guys. And that's very good. It's interesting how, the timing of these earnings, like how is prolonged, the last one until like almost what, last week, the week before that, for the fourth quarter of 2021, and now so quick after, they gave out the distribution date and everything. We we are getting the earnings much quicker and much faster and all that, and everything's amazing. So wow. Um, I'm just so excited for that, guys, because I remember when I was literally talking about bbig, um, there was at that same time when I was stepping up for bbig, literally, I'm not going to say no channel, but it was very rare that you seen any other channel or any other creator up talking bbig very positively and confidently too. I remember when I first once joined, it was Macedonian's live stream once with the Great Pantheon and Tony Denaro, which again, I thank you guys for that privilege. I remember somebody asked in that chat that day and said something about bbig. And, obviously I came running straight, like very hard out of the gates, talking about, I remember the conversation was that, watch out from plays that can sway you from looking at AMC or GME or whatnot. And, I obviously wanted to kill that ideology. Um, Again, this is an investment. This is the market, and this is how it works. It's not just, this. While we're waiting on that, you can get more here and then come back and, add more. But the idea was bbig a legitimate company? Well, until it's finished, it is still, in my book, considered not yet. But in those times, months ago, I was one of the only few that was actually talking about, explaining all the dynamics of bbig, the cryptides, why is it a very stable, company? Why does it have a fundamental bright future with Lomatov, and explaining what its purpose in, uh, everybody is was looking for. Sorry, I just saw a comment and I'm looking at the comment now. I lost my train of thought. um, but confidently talking about what it is doing, even Lamatov doing in India, and why is even this big? Because the richest guy in India is also, putting, like, he has put his own money in Lamatov, and he likes it. In the same time, there's no TikTok in India, and India is like what, the second or third most populated nation in the world. Um, so if they can't have access to TikTok, what are they going to access? Lamatov. Um, and if TikTok gets slashed here soon, by what and who, then that fundamentally, just like for the next 4 or 5 years, that just makes uh, BBIG, Vinco Ventures, whether it's through Adriser, whether it's through Lamatov, whether it's through Vinco Ventures, obviously just itself, and many of his other projects, it's fundamentally, I've always been saying that it's fundamentally very, very, very strong for the future. And there was many interests, also rumors, where Facebook was even offering them um, a buyout, and they refused it at a very high price too. So again, those are rumors. Who knows? But like I said, I've done my fair share of covering for BBIG, and now I'm just so happy to see that it's in the mainstream. Like almost everybody is talking about it. Let's see. Uh, so we have da, 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 Where is... Did I skip? Did it skip again? I'll find I'll find Pam. I'll find you on Discord. Unless I feel like you've put it somewhere in here, and now I like I'm so much have happened and I skipped, so I might have not seen it. Uh, Tell dog, tell dog, you're a good connector. So please, if you can hook a brother up on Discord to join the Discord I need to be looking for. Obviously, Pam's here. Yes, I would love to, and obviously everybody here. I'm pretty sure. I just saw Pam invited everyone. Anyone is available. Everyone is welcome to join. And I'm jacked. I can't wait. Pantheon saying, so then next Saturday we might have a B, Mass, and myself for a non-recorded private chat. Hell yeah. Pam's Discord is the place to be. Well, I can only I'm psyched right now, so I can only imagine. In the signature, Walt Disney, yes, him. The signature literally has intentionally hidden it in at 666. You'll be surprised how much propaganda is harpooned into kids' brains without you or them even realizing it. Actually, okay, I know it sounds a little glitchy for what Adrian is saying, but that's a little big, Adrian, because that's you're talking about an agenda and all that stuff. But there is a lot of truth to what the guy is saying, guys. Um, Normally, you know, humans are, what's the best way to put this here? Are influenced by what they see and what they see. For example, there are a lot of people out there that have issues having uh, long-term relationships, and this is something that's not a joke, guys. This is true. Because they watched a lot of shows and movies, and this has happened. I don't know if you've heard of this or not, but they compare their life to a movie segment, because you see how in movies, like it's the whole movie's an hour and 20 minutes, 120 minutes, sorry, not an hour and 20 minutes, an hour, 120 minutes. And in that 120 minutes, you are exposed, like you're going to see them, the beginning, the fall, the rise, and the end all happen, like a journey of 80 or 60 or 90 or 100 years happen in 120 minutes, you know, give or take. And people, when they see too much of that, and they're born into that world, that's why they, warn parents, and parents are extremely interested in obviously what there is being aired or exposed to their kids, what shows they can watch and whatnot. They control that aspect because they know what is going to get them to feed, because they feed their brain. You know, so what you expose yourself to is what's going to be reflective out of you down the line. If you expose yourself to a lot of reading, guess what? You're going to be very intellectually rich as a person, because you're reading so much from out there. Doesn't necessarily need to be things that you already know. That's the point of it, right? But you're getting exposed to other things. Now, in those things that you're reading as well, you could be exposing yourself to a lot of danger, because you could be reading things that could eventually harness or harvest within your mind. And next thing you know, it becomes you, which in many cases, if I want to give you a negative example, that's what you see from radical minds and conservative minds in a very, very negative way. When someone commits their whole life and will to something, and it consumes them, and then let's say they're brainwashed and now they're attacked, They do things that they feel like is correct, but it's completely terrible. That's a result to what they exposed their life, or what they exposed their minds and their intellect to, for, or exposed themselves to for a while, and it ended up being them. So you have to obviously be careful. And I see what Adrian again is talking about, because it's easier to raise a man than to change one. Um, that saying in this case, I'm saying as in, like, if they raise them with whatever agenda they want them to be on when they become a grown adults, it's easier to make them those individuals than to have to change them to those individuals down the line, as they age and they become part of society. Um, I'll step away from that so that it doesn't even get deeper and deeper. But I got you, Adrian. Yep. Some people, well, it looks like the family is enjoying that. Adrian, I mean, for that matter, to each their own, my friend. I'm glad I didn't continue reading out loud on that. uh, Mikey J's enjoying it. Uh, Disney is full of, yep, and sex images. Yep, that is correct. I mean, it also fills in, it fuels the topic where in the filming industry, like, most of the times women are, symbolized. And that's what also another thing that, I personally also have a issue with, as in, like, they're symbolized as sex, and that's how, like, a woman can get very famous in Hollywood, is by having to either be involved in some sort of sex scene, or show off as much of her body, or show more, or be as playful. Or even in the comedian, like, women, like female comedians, you see almost all female comedians, not all obviously, but majority of them, they are the most unrated, no rated at all, like no ratings whatsoever. It's rated R, 100% when they joke. Like, almost all their jokes have to be sexual jokes, or talk about their this and talk about their that, and what they do with the this and with that. And it's unfortunate. It's not that they are the corrupt ones. It's just that because they know that in the society that they are part of, that's what they see them as, and they would enjoy them more, and they will encounter more success in this industry, or in that realm, by catering to that mindset. It's unfortunate, but that's also true. That's very true. Tell Dog, AB sent via invite sent via DM on Discord. Oh, thank you, Tell Dog. You are the man. It's disgusting how women are so objectified. Yes, it is. It is very disgusting, and unfortunately, the agenda, the people behind or backing that agenda, are also, like, making it so disgustingly, um, that has almost no limits now. Like, some women don't even know that they're being objectified. That's let's just put it that way. A big number of women, they just, they're a product of what they were born into. And, like, let's take a few steps back, and also think a bit again also about men. Um, Men are also being very objectified, because the world that we're living in, while it's opening up And this is a very, sensitive, I know, topic, because, there's always been a struggle between man and woman on what's the right balance on in life, right? In some places in this world, they're very, 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 what's the word here? Women specifically are very, very, very oppressed. And in some parts in this world, and this is a topic that I see all around, so I hear a lot. Some people feel like in some parts they're very oppressed. In some parts they are overly given, so much privilege, and there is no great balance between whatever that and whatever. I'm never going to argue what is this and that and what is this, because the problem with this is that you can't, whether you're a woman or a man, you can't, it's impossible for you to think for the other one and what seems to be without without it being conflict of interest. You see what I'm saying? So like I can see where women can draw the line collectively, can come up amongst themselves and say that collectively this is the line that we draw. This is where like our limit is, for example. But it's going to always be wrong when a bunch of guys, even if they had some women with them in the thinking process, it's still, if it's some guys, it's going to be a conflict of interest, because man is always going to obviously try to look out for himself and try to come up where they want to draw that line a little, further back, so that they could enjoy some of the other. It's just, that's how it is. That's why you have to, and the same thing for men. They collectively have to come together and draw a line and say, this is where, our limit basically goes. And again, that's something that I'm going out on a limb here, because I don't see it being the case, because every culture and every region in the world just kind of goes about the way of their society differently. But if all humankind was to be put together in one place and said, okay, one major government, no more many, all different flags and whatnot, you're all the same, take out all religions, take out everything, we're just all humans, how you want the new regulations between women and men to be like. If they were to create some land like this, we'll call it Tomorrowland. It's not like the answer on when they come together to try to make the Constitution. You can't have each one side trying to make any decisions or decide for the other side, because they're not walking in their same shoes. It's just, that's how it is. So each side has to come up with these things and then bring them up together, somehow make the Constitution, and then say, this is it. Here we go. Now everybody's on the same page. But whenever you have a bunch of guys trying to decide on the outcome for women, or something that involves women, basically the opposite sex, you're always going to have conflict of interest, and it's not going to be the answer. Whatever the solution that comes out of it is not going to be the answer, because, it's just not. It's not the man's world, or say. They should not have a single say into any of that. That's a different matter. And same thing for the women as well. So let's get back to the market. Because I know somebody might fire something away, and then it could be something that could start a huge debate, and we don't want that. um, well, my friends, my family members, um, like I said, I've been trying to. The reason why I always say that I love all of you guys is because when I come here, I normally really do come, and need you guys more than you think you need me, mentally, that is, and spiritually. And I don't plan for coming out, for example, for 4 hours or even 2 hours. Every video that I approach, I literally approach with the intent of 30 minutes. If it's a live, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And then if it's a regular video, it's going to be 3 minutes long. And then the opposite happens. Completely the opposite happens. Uh, it's just I can't get enough of you guys. There's a lot of interesting things we could talk about, obviously, and you guys suddenly hit me with, like, obviously, it was nowhere in my agenda to come out talking about Nikola Tesla today or big problems in the world. Uh, Adrian, I am on Discord already. We have a Discord also for the channel for AB Investments. Um, sign up for the program, bud. Get with the latest trend. Mrs. Tahiti, wow, welcome. As I'm putting the final touches on the curtains before the curtains come down. It was wonderful for me to see you here. Uh, Feel free to go ahead and watch this thing. It was amazing. We had some interesting topics. No breaking news, guys. None of that crazy stuff in here. Although when it does go down, it will be like breaking news. Um, if anybody have any questions, please go ahead, put them as I put the final touches on this thing. AB, the video from Boss talks about Fidelity confirming the executive order. Yes, all that. I want you guys to, you know, the saying that says, um, expect the worst, but hope for the best. Mikey J, this is what I will leave you guys with. This statement is expect the worst and hope for the best. Nothing is finalized until it's finalized. So when things, I don't want too much pressure to be piled up on that June 3rd time frame, and then it's like, oh, if it doesn't check out to be, and then now we all, fell off a cliff like with no base. So nothing changes, my friends. I'm definitely hoping for the best, but I'm expecting the worst. So we'll see. So I'll expect no effect from the executive order. That's not necessarily it. No. I mean, the point is it already, like, they're confirming it, but is it announced? Is it put in stone? Not yet. Until the 3rd, nothing is confirmed. Think of it like this: when major executives come out, uh, when the Fed's members, before the Fed have their meeting, I've always told you the issue that I have with that, and you guys know all about it. Um, when the Fed members come out a week or 2 weeks prior to the meeting and the announcement of that meeting, and say and start, you know, blabbing things out, saying that, hey, we have this on the table, and we're going to start unloading assets this month. It's on the table. Keyword here, on the table. It is not processed, it's on the table. So therefore, you'll start having a major sell-off on the market for an entire week. And then the following week, they do have their official meeting once finally. And then based on that meeting, they come out after and they make the announcement. And guess what they make in that announcement? Something. Maybe next month we'll start unloading our balance sheets, which will result in what? Surprisingly and magically, in a sudden surge into the markets across all the sectors, and moving. Like, look at it today, guys. Come on, let's be honest. You really still think like every day is a funny day for me on the market? Like, when you see everything is down, and majority of those things are tracking whether the S&P 500 or the Nasdaq or the Dow Jones, and for those three to be going up or be in the green is to tell you that this stuff is not fundamental. And that's crazy. Right? um it's phenomenal. So I'm again, like I said again, I'm expecting the worst, but I'm hoping for the best. That way, I'm not setting myself up for a big emotional letdown, and now all of a sudden, now all of a sudden I am, left with no base or no structure, falling and feeling like, okay, this play is over. No, break no sweat, guys, until you come across the finish line. And after you come across the finish line, you could do whatever. You could burst into tears, you could do whatever, but don't break a sweat. Look at our adversaries, look at the people we're going against. King Griffin had the audacity to still, I mean, imagine if you were in King Griffin's shoes, guys. I know you don't want to be in that shoes, and some of you would love to be in those shoes for better or different reasons. But think of it like this. If you were in King Griffin's shoes, would you have the power and will to go ahead and make, interviews like what he did on Bloomberg for 45, 46 minutes, for an hour, basically, knowing that it's a matter of time before your ass is handed to you from all angles? Like, even if he has a way out or whatnot, he's gonna listen. Even if he has a way out, he's still gonna get affected one way or another. Or it's kind of like when you play with the fire, it's gonna hit you. It's gonna burn you. It doesn't necessarily, in this case, he might not get burned completely alive and lose his life to it, but he will get burned at minimum. He will get touched. Do you think if you were in his shoes, you will have the will and power and the mental capacity to come out and speak like everything is normal, and you perhaps are a couple weeks away from getting obliterated national, like throughout throughout the ether? You see what they do. You see how he mentally is so preparing himself strong, and he seemed like great, and he dished out some harassment on the apes and said that you causing us, telling us that we are the reason why people lost their pension funds and all that stuff. He said it without breaking a sweat. This guy is on the verge, possibly is on the verge of, or days away from losing a catastrophic amount of money that obviously to any of us could be not just life changing, but history changing. And yet he comes out and make those interviews. If I was in his shoes, I probably would be like, man, I don't want to make no interview. I'm not in no mood for this. Soon I'm going to be losing billions of dollars, and I'm not in no mood for this. So imagine that you are like the same. Don't tie up anything to anything until you're across the line and you have all your money and it's all transferred, it's all good. And then after that, you can come out and smoke a cigar live, or you can pop a champagne. You could do whatever you want. You could cry, you can jump, you can do whatever the hell it is that you want to do. So expect the worst, but hope for the best. Let's see if there was any questions, like I said, before we tie it up. Uh, Mrs. Tahiti, at least I got in a minute, AV. Can you sum up today real quick? Yes, you got it. Today was basically nothing much happening. Crypto dumped again. It tried to rally. It looked like, again, what was another bull trap. And it dumped again, and it's going to continue, I feel like, in my opinion, to do so. In the same time, bbig had their earnings for the first quarter of 2022. Mixed earnings for sure. It's weird, but at least their revenue was 4.5 times higher. I hope if I'm not wrong, you guys can correct me in the comment section. But I think when I read 11.5 million, I think that's 4.5 times higher than their last quarter earnings, or compared to quarter one from last year or a year ago earnings. That's a big percentage. a huge percentage to the upside. What else do we have? Nothing changing much on AMC. It's more like a consolidating zone. Tomorrow we're anticipating no hype, obviously, here, but we're anticipating something that could be very, very interesting. If I mention stuff, then it will be considered as hype. So I don't want anybody just to be hyped. We'll see what happens. There is nothing much more, Tahiti. We talked about some things that are not even stock market related. And I can't remember really in the past 4 hours what else we talked about. Yeah, I'm definitely a Biden. um, so I'll expect no effect from the executive order, but hope for the best. Not financial advice, but or life advice, Mikey J. But yes, don't. I personally, this is what I'm doing. I am not putting too much faith or hope into that. Um, but if obviously it comes, hey, it's I'll take it any way it comes. I don't care if a symbol like a small marble fell in the place it shouldn't fall in, and somehow it caused the MOAS. By all means. Fidelity and E-Trade both issued press releases that they will comply with the executive order. Will not already have. Yes, Pantheon. Thank you for the clarification. Damn, they may ban TikTok if we go to defend Taiwan. Which yes, I can definitely see that. Remember, guys, it's dangerous when suddenly out of nowhere, just last week, when JP Morgan and BOFA and a few other entities, when they started upgrading and encouraging investing in some Chinese companies, uh, hey, who's selling you this stuff? It could be that the worthless crap that they know is becoming worthless soon, and they're trying to sell it and get rid of it instead of it losing instead of losing it for $0. Obviously, their loss can turn into a fortune that only becomes your loss eventually, taken from you. So I've seen those articles everywhere, and people are buying them, whether it's shills posting them around everywhere or people that are sharing them on Facebook everywhere. And that was like, in fact, the funny thing is, I actually commented on one of those posts on Facebook, and it was instantly deleted. I just told people to remember, like, a lot of people don't even know. You know how many people know about June 3rd executive order, guys? You'll be surprised to know that June 3rd executive order is literally only amongst thousands of people. Like, unless you're watching Pantheon, Boss Blunts, and a couple other creators, and hear me, like, who like expose or talk about it. And again, the source of that water spring is Boss Blunts, of course. But unless you are within here or seeing it there, you're not exposed to it at all. When I mentioned something about it on Facebook, you guys have no idea, not even one individual up till last week knew what that was about. Who do you think that benefits more? To whose best interest is that? I know. I feel like I'm adding more hype to it, right? Tell Dog, thank you, AB. Thank you so much. We all get strength from each other. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Tell Dog. Mikey J, I have a lot of cooking videos saved on TikTok to try later. I'll have to download them ASAP. You better go ahead. See if those videos are on Lamatov, because if they are or something, I mean, I don't know. Have any of you in here downloaded Lamatov? It's not a bad app. It's not a bad app, actually. I mean, if you're invested in bbig, I don't see the reason why you wouldn't. It helps them. The executive order has informed the hedges and funds to divest themselves of those securities before June 3rd. They have not yet done this. Yes. See, thank you, Pantheon, again for even further clarifying this whole thing. And you see, guys, what I just said like a few seconds ago about how these big banks or entities are trying to diverse themselves from this that or divest themselves from these. It could be what I just mentioned seconds ago about JP or BOFA, you know, adding or upgrading the rating on some of these Chinese stocks, whether it's Neo, whether it's whatnot, you know, unnamed. It could be anything. You don't know the involvement of any company, uh, whether it's involved with the Chinese government or not, because again, when you're dealing with a communist movement, um, a company could have nothing to do with politically with the government, and out of nowhere, the government itself could choose it and say, "Hey, what's up? Look into the Alibaba situation. You know what happened with their CEO when the government is involved? Hey, um, yeah, that's oh my God, that's going to be a catastrophic loss. Again, not financial advice, but yeah, that's going to be a catastrophic loss. I mean, he disappeared for a while. I don't know. Is he still disappeared, or did he finally come back? Because I haven't seen anything since that beautiful um, encounter or the beautiful interview he had with Elon Musk when they both were attacking each other with like mentally, like with words. I mean, they were shooting bullets at each other. If you watch that, if you haven't seen that, go watch it. It's for the ages. You'll die for it. Uh, Elon is trying to show that he is the boy wonder, and the Alibaba guy is trying to bring Elon back down and say, yeah, why are we like? He even tried to basically, in other words, he tried to shit on Elon Musk, saying if we don't even know what's in our oceans, why are we trying to go to Mars? Like they literally, like you could feel it in that whole. Look it up. It wasn't too long. I think it was from like a year ago. I love it. Clash of the Titans. And for AB, I thrive in those waters. I love when two individuals are caught up with each other because I look for small glimpses to see what they offer. Because when they're too busy attacking each other, they don't realize that they sometimes give out so much of their personality, um, and there's things that they keep on the low. They give out clues on them, and that's why I thrive in those waters. Like I will pay attention to every word that comes out of your mouth that could help shape a better image in my head on who you actually are underneath your skin, you know, from the inside. Who are you? I love those moments. They're so in tuned with battling each other. It's a war that that somebody like me, a bystander, is watching. Okay, so this is who you really are, and Elon, this is who you really are. You get to pick up on a lot of details if that's something that interests you. For me, I look at characters, I look at people behavior, I look at things, I look at even animal behavior to determine what kind of intent or what kind of individual you are. You know, they say uh, don't judge a book by its cover, but you could definitely judge a human. This is my saying. You could judge a human by their actions. So yeah, you could put those together. I used a saying that's already being said, and I added one of my own to it, and now we made it a thing. So don't judge a book by its cover, but you could easily judge a human by their actions. Can they last minute modify or toss in another slick loophole that can further prolong or shaft retail yet again? I can't believe I just said that on live. Um, thank you, Adrian. Um, well, here's the thing. Put it this way, Adrian. If they can, of course they can. Why? Because they make those rules, right? They're the ones who made it in November of 2020. I remember it was Trump. Then it was uh, June, I think, 3rd of 2021. And then it was pushed back to now, or pushed forward to June 3rd, 2022. At any given time, they could say something. I mean, if it's not to their best interest, they're not going to pass something that's going to just vaporize themselves, right? All of them. Not saying that the companies are the ones who's in charge of this, but overall, overwhelming political influence has this. Okay. We're not small guys um, to where we're just like we're only within the realm of the stock market. I believe we're so much bigger than that. Um, and that's crazy because again, I feel like a lot of things are tied up to us that shouldn't be tied up to us, but they are. And I don't want to go and mention things so that I can get into allegations and stuff like that. But a lot of things are tied up to us that shouldn't. And since we are in this, you know, the political side has a lot to do with it when it shouldn't. Again, this is the stock market, but it is what it is because politics are always dancing around the play of money. That's another beautiful saying for you guys. Hopefully you like it. So if money was a play, politics was the entertainer. Pam, sorry, my hands are tied. Just listening. Well, hey, thank you, Pam. Listening or typing. Coiled again. Message deleted by tell. Oh, tell Doc you coiled the coiler. That's crazy. Somebody bring me Stacia back. No offense, Stacia. How do you do that? Wow. Um, Pantheon saying, sorry, Jeffrey said, Mikey, he said, will not already have. Okay. Um, Pantheon also said they have not at Mikey J. Besides, Fidelity and E Trade are brokers, not hedge funds. Yes, indeed. What's crazy is actually, no, I wouldn't even say that. Smooth sailing. We're still moving. She was timed out for 300 seconds. Oh my goodness. I can see why Stacia will come in with vengeance on Teldog. Pam, I'm peeling garlic and bagging them in freezer. That's what's up. That's smart. I love mint tea. So I have a huge garden of mint. I'll show you guys soon, tomorrow probably. Um, so yeah, I also freeze those like big leaves, big mint leaves, this big. You can use mint in everything too, in cooking, all that kind of stuff. Luna is asking a very good question. What politician isn't corrupt? it's sad if you have to think. If you don't have stuff right off the bat, it's the terrible world that we live in. Um, I don't know, maybe Sanders. He's on his own planet. Not he's not even welcomed by his own party. Even the Democrats are saying we don't want nothing to do with this guy. Um, I mean, I know he's overly like always speaking crazy, like loud and very attacking and all that stuff. But I personally like the guy. I think he's all right. By my book, he's all right. I mean, he's trying to tackle uh, situations or things that are that no one else is actually tackling. Of course, nobody is completely correct and nobody's completely wrong always. When he starts talking about stuff like we need this whole fossilized fuel companies and everything. Yes, for the majority of the part, I agree with him because it is bad for for Mother Earth and all that stuff. But you go down a realm that is just, listen, there's no way Earth or governments are just gonna close down all their oil digging um, process. Like they're just not gonna stop it because you're raising that issue and because it's harmful for Earth. Unfortunately, that's just not gonna happen overnight. And there is scientifically proven. There is also some argument for the fuel companies to say that even electric vehicles are not that great for um, the environment, simply because there's something about, like, lithium and their batteries, and how over the long term you have to dive deep down in it if you're interested, and you'll see why each side is just like flat earth and around earth. um, Both sides have their arguments. um, and I know a lot of people make fun of one or the other side. For me, I entertain both ideas. I think, yes, it's a little more aggressive, the flat earthers mindset, but only a fool will come out to say that it's 100% not true. Because I have yet to see a single uh, entity or individual to come out to prove scientifically 100%, or not say according to such and such book, or show me 100% that Earth is indeed not flat. And at the same time, I am also not saying that the Earth is flat. I'm just entertaining both conversations. And at the end of the day, I'll wrap it up with that. What difference does it make to you if Earth turned out to be either this or this? Is your life going to change by any means? Is it so? Let's say tomorrow they come out and say Earth is flat, determined that Earth is flat. What is your life going to change? To what? Nothing. You're still going to get up. You're going to go to work. You can yell on the top of your lungs on the top of a mountain saying, yes, it is flat, but what is going to change? Nothing. You're still going to have the same life. But it's interesting. It's interesting to know why the other side, like why the flat earthers believe Earth is flat, and what comes with that package, and why they came to that realization. Uh, it's very interesting. You're gonna go through history, and you're gonna do a big dive, and it's gonna take some time, but it's gonna be well worth it. Trust me, you'll be surprised if you don't throw it out the idea of flat Earth just off the window without researching on it. Um, you'll be surprised once you dive deep in that realm. Um, they will almost have you convinced. They make some good appealing. I'm brave enough to say that, on live, to say that they make some compelling arguments. Now, am I sold? I'm not sold on this or this, because I haven't seen that, and I haven't seen that as well personally. Um, so we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. And even if any of them is to be confirmed 100%, uh, my life is not going to change. Like tomorrow, confirmed, breaking news: Earth is flat. That's it. My life is different. What is it going to be different with what? Nothing. It's going to be the same life, flat or round. Coiled again is back. There we go. Can't text BRB on my way to pet for a choke collar. Hint, wink, wink, tell dog. Can I tell dog? Place 592 Earths inside of Texas and still have room left for Rhode Island. The coilinator. I'll coil. um, all right, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, it took a little more time. Now that we have no more questions and Adrian Sundial and tune in. Yeah, right. That sounds like a fun time. But making them is absolutely terrible for the environment. Thank you, Mikey J, for as far as the electric cars talk. So yes, making them is bad for the environment, but they are better for the environment as far as when they're operated. Good. I see that there are no questions, guys. So we've had a fun time, guys. Again, 4.5 hours. Appreciate every single second and minute of it. I'll definitely see you guys on the battlefield tomorrow. Let's see what happens. A lot of interesting stuff, and I can't wait. Hopefully, there's another radio show for Pantheon tonight. Again, not putting the pressure on the guy, but it is fun when we have something that I again personally, I'm not speaking for the masses. I'm speaking personally that I can enjoy in that time of night because I've read that Leos, and I'm a Leo, don't sleep much. So I was feeling good because I thought I was the only one that don't sleep. So apparently we can we can sleep only 5 hours, and that's good if we take a nap every other couple day or every other day, and that could get us closer to our sun or whatever talk like that, or inner energy realm or whatever. I don't read too much into that. I have a friend who's really big on tarot cards readings and that realm and everything. So they're always trying to get me into that world. And they say, pick this card or whatever, and then you get a joker or whatever. It's weird. It's weird. But again, guys, I'll see you on the battlefield tomorrow. Thank you all for coming in. And here, you know what, Mrs. Stacia? It takes two hands to clap, so now you have it. Use it. I don't understand. At some point, we're gonna have everybody in here is gonna have it. We don't have any problems, obviously, in here much. Like, it's not obviously not a big community, but we are a very, very beautiful and amazing community because we keep everything to obviously amongst ourselves. We share everything with each other, and we respect one another. We don't have any of that drama going on out there. So hopefully, guys, I leave you in great times. And Theon, thank you, brother. Adrian, appreciate it. Thank you guys all for the thank yous and for the good night wishes. And tell dog, I definitely will. Thank you for the if you sent that, what I asked you earlier. Appreciate you, my friend. Always on the spot. It's almost like I don't even want to leave because you guys are so amazing. I'm almost going to leave with tears, but don't worry. You're not going to see me coiled like that, coiled down and coiling down like that. until possibly the squeeze moment. And when we get out with a bunch of tendies, then you'll see me coiling down in the corner by myself. So once again, guys, much love and AB Investments.